The wooden spoon cracked against Harry Potter's skull with a sound like breaking kindling. 8 years old and barely 4 feet tall, he crumpled against the kitchen counter, stars exploding behind his green eyes as his uncle's meaty hand grabbed his collar and hauled him upright. Vernon Dursley's face had turned that familiar shade of purple that meant real trouble was coming. The kind of trouble that left marks hidden beneath Harry's oversized clothes for weeks afterward. His massive bulk blocked out the morning light streaming through the privet drive kitchen window, casting Harry in shadow like a mountain eclipsing the sun. "You made the bloody toaster smoke again, you little freak." Vernon's voice rumbled with barely contained rage, spittle flying from his moustache. His grip on Harry's shirt tightened until the fabric cut into the boy's thin neck. "I've had enough of your unnaturalness ruining my breakfast." Harry wanted to explain that he hadn't meant to do anything, that he'd only been trying to make toast for Dudley like Aunt Petunia had ordered, but the words stuck in his throat like glue. He'd learned through painful experience that explanations only made Uncle Vernon angrier. Instead, he focused on staying perfectly still, hoping his silence might calm the storm brewing in his uncle's piggy eyes. It didn't work. It never worked. This morning's incident had started like any other. Harry had been ordered to prepare breakfast while the Dursleys got ready for Dudley's first day at his new private school, Smelting's Academy. The kitchen had felt too quiet, too tense, as if the very air was holding its breath. Harry had been concentrating so hard on not burning Dudley's toast that something strange had happened. The toaster had begun glowing with a soft, warm light, and the bread had emerged perfectly golden brown, and somehow twice its original size. For one wonderful moment, Harry had felt proud. He'd made something better instead of ruining it. Then Vernon had stomped into the kitchen, taken one look at the unnaturally perfect toast, and exploded like a bomb wrapped in a business suit. 23 Shelton Avenue had witnessed worse mornings, but not many. The Dursleys had perfected the art of making Harry's life miserable over the course of 8 long years, ever since that November night when Professor McGonagall had left him on their doorstep like an unwanted package. They'd developed their cruelty with the methodical precision of scientists studying a particularly repulsive specimen. Vernon's free hand rose again, and Harry instinctively flinched, but the blow never came. Instead, his uncle leaned down until his moustache bristled against Harry's ear, his breath hot and sour with morning coffee and malice. "I've tried everything to beat the freak out of you, boy. Locked you in your cupboard for weeks. Starved you until you could barely stand. Made you scrub this house from top to bottom with your bare hands until they bled. But you keep doing these impossible things, don't you?" Harry's heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. He'd never heard Uncle Vernon speak with such cold calculation before. Usually his anger burned hot and quick, like a match flaring and dying. This was different. This felt like the moment before lightning strikes, when the air turns electric and dangerous. "Perhaps it's time for more permanent measures," Vernon continued, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow felt more terrifying than his usual shouting. "There are places that specialize in dealing with abnormal children. Special schools where they know how to handle freaks like you properly." The kitchen seemed to shrink around them. Harry could smell the lingering smoke from the toaster, the grease from Vernon's morning bacon, and underneath it all, something that might have been his own fear. His magic had been growing stronger lately, responding to his emotions with increasing intensity. Yesterday he'd made all the flowers in Mrs. Fig's garden bloom at once when she'd been kind to him. Last week he'd accidentally turned his water glass into butterflies when Aunt Petunia had actually given him seconds at dinner. He didn't understand what was happening to him, only that it felt natural and right in a way that nothing else in his life ever had. When the magic happened, for just a moment, he felt powerful instead of powerless, connected to something larger than the cramped confines of Privet Drive and the Dursleys' endless cruelty. But Uncle Vernon's words sent ice through his veins. Special schools, permanent measures. Harry had heard enough whispered conversations between his aunt and uncle over the years to understand that when adults spoke in those tones, children disappeared. Vernon released his grip suddenly, and Harry stumbled backward, catching himself against the refrigerator. His uncle straightened to his full height, smoothing down his tie with the air of a man who'd just made an important business decision. "Clean up this mess," Vernon ordered, gesturing at the still-smoking toaster and the plate of perfect toast that had started everything. "And then go to your cupboard and stay there until I decide what to do with you permanently." The word permanently echoed in Harry's mind as Vernon stomped out of the kitchen, his heavy footsteps shaking the house's thin walls. Through the window, Harry could see Mrs. Figg's tabby cat sitting in a patch of sunlight, cleaning its paws with the unhurried confidence of a creature that knew it belonged in the world. Harry had never felt like he belonged anywhere. As he mechanically cleaned up the kitchen, his mind raced with possibilities, each one worse than the last. He'd overheard enough conversations to know that there were institutions where unwanted children were sent and never came home again. Places where asking questions earned you more than a wooden spoon to the head. Uncle Vernon had connections in the business world, people who could make problems disappear with the right paperwork and a sufficient donation. The sound of Dudley's elephant footsteps on the stairs announced the arrival of the Dursley heir, already dressed in his new smeltings uniform. At 10 years old, Dudley had inherited his father's bulk and his mother's talent for creative cruelty. He surveyed the kitchen with the calculating gaze of a general studying a battlefield. "What did the freak do now?" Dudley asked, settling his considerable weight onto a chair that creaked under the strain. "Made the toaster glow like some sort of carnival trick," Vernon called from the hallway where he was adjusting his tie in the mirror. "But don't worry, son. I'm going to take care of the problem once and for all." Dudley's piggy eyes lit up with interest. "Does that mean we're finally getting rid of him?" "Sooner than you think," came Vernon's satisfied reply. Harry's hands stilled on the dish rag he'd been using to wipe down the counter, the casual way they discussed his fate, as if he were nothing more than a broken appliance to be disposed of, sent something cold and hard settling in his chest. He'd always known the Dursleys didn't love him, but he'd clung to the hope that their indifference might be enough to keep him safe. That hope died as he listened to Dudley describe in gleeful detail the various ways unwanted children might disappear, each suggestion met with Vernon's approving grunt from the hallway. By the time the Dursleys left for Dudley's school orientation, Harry had made his decision. He couldn't stay. Whatever Uncle Vernon had planned for him, it wasn't anything he wanted to experience, and if he was going to run, it had to be today, while they were all out of the house, and before Vernon could make his phone calls to whatever institutions specialized in making abnormal children disappear. Harry had heard stories, whispered fragments of conversation between adults who thought he wasn't listening. There was a place in London where people like him went. People who could do impossible things. A bank run by creatures called goblins who were supposed to be magical too. He didn't know if the stories were true, but they were the only hope he had. The cupboard under the stairs had been his bedroom for as long as he could remember, a cramped space, barely large enough for his thin mattress and the few belongings the Dursleys hadn't thrown away over the years. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard were his most precious possessions. A photograph of his parents that Aunt Petunia had tried to destroy, a few coins he'd found over the years, and a piece of paper where he'd written down everything he could remember about the magical world from overheard conversations. The paper was creased and faded from constant handling, covered in his careful 8-year-old handwriting. Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron, Gringotts Bank, Platform 9 3/4. Names that sounded like fairy tales but felt more real to him than anything in the mundane world of Privet Drive. Harry packed quickly, stuffing his few clothes into a plastic bag along with the photograph and his small collection of coins. He left behind the broken toys Dudley had given him over the years, the books with pages missing, the school supplies that never quite worked properly. None of it had ever really belonged to him anyway. The walk to the train station felt like the longest journey of his life. Every step took him further from the only home he'd ever known, no matter how terrible it had been. Part of him wanted to turn back, to accept whatever punishment Uncle Vernon had planned rather than face the unknown dangers of the world beyond Privet Drive. But a larger part of him, the part that made toasters glow and flowers bloom, whispered that he was finally walking toward something instead of away from it. London overwhelmed him with its noise and crowds and the constant press of strangers who brushed past him without seeing. Harry had never been anywhere more crowded than the local shopping centre, and the sheer scale of the city made him feel smaller than ever. Cars honked and rumbled past him in endless streams, their exhaust making his eyes water. People rushed by with the urgency of those who had somewhere important to be, their faces closed and distant. For the first time since leaving Privet Drive, Harry wondered if he'd made a terrible mistake. He was 8 years old, alone, and lost in a city that seemed designed to swallow small boys without a trace. The coins in his pocket wouldn't last long, and he had no idea how to find the magical places he'd heard about in whispered conversations. But just as despair began to creep in, something extraordinary happened. He was standing on a corner, trying to work up the courage to ask someone for directions, when an old man in a peculiar purple cloak walked past. For just a moment, their eyes met, and Harry felt a jolt of recognition that had nothing to do with memory and everything to do with the magic humming beneath his skin. The old man paused, tilted his head as if listening to something only he could hear, and then smiled. "Follow me, boy," he said, in a voice like honey over gravel. "I suspect you're looking for the same place I am." Harry's instincts, sharpened by years of Dursley cruelty, screamed warnings about following strangers. But something deeper than instinct recognized the magic radiating from the old man like warmth from a fireplace. This was someone like him, someone who belonged to the impossible world he'd been dreaming of for so long. The old man led him through increasingly narrow streets, past shops that seemed to lean inward as if sharing secrets, until they stopped before the most ordinary-looking pub Harry had ever seen, the Leaky Cauldron, according to the weathered sign hanging above the door. Tom the innkeeper took one look at Harry's thin frame and oversized clothes, and immediately bustled him toward a table near the fireplace. The boy looked half-starved and entirely overwhelmed, but there was something in his green eyes that reminded Tom of other young wizards who'd found their way to his establishment, seeking refuge from the mundane world. "Here now," Tom said kindly, setting down a bowl of thick stew and a hunk of fresh bread. "Eat up, and then we'll see about getting you where you need to go." Harry wanted to protest that he couldn't pay for the meal, but his stomach cramped with hunger, so intense it made his vision blur. He'd been living on scraps for days, and the rich smell of the stew made his mouth water uncontrollably. He ate with the desperate efficiency of someone who'd never been certain when the next meal might come, savoring every bite while simultaneously wolfing it down as quickly as possible. Tom watched with the knowing expression of someone who'd seen too many children learn to eat, like famine was always one day away. When Harry finally pushed back the empty bowl, the innkeeper leaned across the table with gentle eyes. "Gringotts, is it?" Tom asked quietly. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. "Through the back, then. Tap the third brick up, 2 across from the trash bin. The wall will open for you, and the bank's straight down the alley. Biggest building you'll see. Can't miss it." The transformation of the brick wall into an archway leading to Diagon Alley struck Harry speechless. One moment he was staring at ordinary bricks and mortar. The next he was looking through into a street that belonged in the most wonderful dream he'd never dared to have. Shops with impossible architecture lined cobblestone streets, their windows filled with wonders that made his magic sing in recognition. But Harry barely noticed the magical shops or the witches and wizards bustling past in their colourful robes. His attention was fixed entirely on the gleaming white building at the far end of the alley, its bronze doors and marble columns speaking of ancient power and unshakable permanence. Gringotts Bank, his destination, and, he hoped, his salvation. The goblin guards flanking the entrance were exactly as he'd imagined them from the fragments of stories he'd overheard. Small but fierce, with intelligent dark eyes that seemed to see everything and judge most of it wanting. They watched him approach with the alert stillness of predators, deciding whether he posed a threat or represented an opportunity. Harry had expected to feel intimidated by their unwavering stares, but instead he felt something he'd never experienced before. The sense of being truly seen. Not dismissed as a freak or a burden, but evaluated fairly by creatures who judged worth by something other than blood relations or social expectations. He was 3 steps from the bronze doors when the exhaustion of the past few days finally caught up with him. The adrenaline that had carried him through his escape and journey was depleting rapidly, leaving behind the accumulated weight of 8 years of inadequate food, insufficient sleep, and constant stress. His vision blurred, his legs turned to water, and the world tilted sideways as consciousness fled. The last thing Harry Potter remembered before darkness claimed him was the sensation of strong, careful hands catching him as he fell, and a voice speaking in a language that sounded like rocks grinding together, but somehow conveyed more concern and protection than any words he'd ever heard in English. Griphook had been working as a Gringotts guard for over 2 decades, and in that time he'd seen every type of wizard, witch, and magical creature that might have business with goblin gold. He'd developed an eye for evaluating visitors within moments of their arrival, categorizing them as potential customers, probable troublemakers, or outright threats to goblin security. The small human child who'd just collapsed at the entrance to Gringotts fell into none of those familiar categories. The boy was obviously magical, his power signature clear even through the layers of exhaustion and malnutrition that clung to him like fog. But there was something else, something that made Griphook's warrior instincts sit up and take notice. Dark magic hung around the child like cobwebs, not emanating from him, but imposed upon him by someone else's will. Griphook's hands moved with practiced efficiency as he lifted the unconscious boy, noting the prominent ribs beneath the oversized shirt, the fresh bruises on thin arms, the way even in unconsciousness the child seemed to expect pain. This was not a pampered wizard child bringing pocket money to exchange for sweets. This was a survivor, and survivors interested goblins far more than customers ever could. The boy's face was hauntingly familiar, though Griphook couldn't immediately place where he might have seen it before. High cheekbones that would be aristocratic when he grew into them, messy black hair that stuck up in all directions, and behind closed lids, eyes that Griphook suspected would be a distinctive green. It wasn't until another guard pointed to the lightning bolt scar, mostly hidden by the child's unruly fringe, that recognition struck like a hammer blow. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child who'd supposedly defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort, and then vanished into the mundane world for his own protection. Protection that had clearly failed him spectacularly. Griphook's expression hardened as he carried the boy through Gringotts' marble halls, past the busy telewindows, where his colleagues conducted the day's business with their usual air of barely tolerant efficiency. Other goblins looked up from their work as he passed, their sharp eyes taking in the situation, with the swift understanding that came from centuries of dealing with wizard politics and their inevitable casualties. Director Ragnarok's office occupied the highest level of Gringotts, its windows offering a commanding view of Diagon Alley and the wizarding district beyond. Ragnarok himself was ancient, even by goblin standards, his scarred hands and knowing eyes speaking to decades of navigating the complex relationships between goblin independence and wizard arrogance. He looked up from the ledgers spread across his massive desk as Griphook entered, carrying his unconscious burden, and his expression shifted from mild curiosity to sharp attention as he recognized their unexpected visitor. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said, his voice carrying the weight of stones, settling into place. "I wondered when we might see him again." "Again," Griphook repeated, settling the boy carefully into one of the leather chairs facing Ragnarok's desk. His parents opened his vault when he was barely a year old, Ragnok explained, rising from his chair to study the child more closely. James and Lily Potter insisted on the strongest protections we could provide, as if they suspected their son might have need of Goblin Sanctuary someday. Prophetic, as it turns out. The director's examination was thorough and gentle, his experienced hands checking for injuries while being careful not to wake the exhausted child. What he found made his expression grow progressively darker with each discovery. Malnutrition, chronic and severe, he murmured, more to himself than to Griphook. Recent trauma to the skull, defensive wounds on his arms where he's tried to protect himself from the blows. And underneath it all, Ragnok's hands stilled as they hovered over Harry's forehead, sensing the magical emanations that clung to the boy like a second skin. "Dark magic," the director breathed, his voice filled with the kind of cold fury that had made goblin warriors legendary among magical creatures. Compulsions, memory charms, power dampeners, all woven together with a sophistication that speaks to years of careful application. Someone has been systematically abusing this child's mind and magic since he was very young. The implications struck both goblins simultaneously. Harry Potter hadn't simply suffered physical neglect during his years in the mundane world. Someone with considerable magical skill had been deliberately manipulating his development, keeping him weak and dependent and malleable. The question was who, and more importantly, why? Griphook's warrior training kicked in as he processed the tactical situation. An abused child with obvious magical talent had sought sanctuary in Gringotts, either by design or by instinct. That child happened to be Harry Potter, the most famous wizard of their generation, and technically one of their account holders. The dark magic clinging to him suggested a level of systematic abuse that went far beyond mundane neglect. From a goblin perspective, this was not simply a humanitarian crisis. This was a direct challenge to goblin honor and an opportunity to expose whatever corruption had allowed such treatment of a child under supposed wizard protection. "What do we do?" Griphook asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Ragnok's smile was sharp as a blade and twice as dangerous. "We invoke the ancient laws of sanctuary and protection. We heal what can be healed, document what has been done, and prepare for war. Because, mark my words, Griphook, when the wizarding world discovers that Harry Potter is alive, well, and under goblin protection, there will be those who come for him. And when they do, they'll discover that goblins have very different ideas about the proper treatment of children than the wizards who claim to be civilized." The boy stirred slightly in his sleep, a small sound escaping his lips that might have been relief or simply the first peaceful breath he'd drawn in years. Ragnok's expression softened as he watched Harry's face relax from the defensive tension that had marked it even in unconsciousness. "Welcome to Gringotts, Harry Potter," the director murmured. "You're safe now, and we're going to make sure you stay that way." Outside the office windows, London continued its oblivious bustle, unaware that in the deepest vaults of Gringotts Bank, a revolution was about to begin. The transformation of magical Britain began not with grand proclamations or dramatic revolutions, but with quiet conversations in drawing rooms, workshops, and common areas throughout the wizarding world. The international investigation's findings had shattered the comfortable illusions that had sustained the old order for decades, leaving behind a society forced to confront uncomfortable truths about the people they had trusted and the institutions they had revered. Harry Potter stood at the window of his suite in Gringotts, watching the steady stream of visitors who had been arriving at the bank for weeks, seeking audiences, advice, and in some cases simply the chance to apologize for their role in perpetuating systems that had caused so much harm. The 11-year-old who looked back at the world with eyes that held wisdom far beyond his years had become something unprecedented in magical society, a figure who commanded respect not through inherited authority or political manipulation, but through demonstrated integrity and hard-won understanding of what true strength really meant. The letter in his hands bore the Hogwarts seal, though it had arrived through Goblin courier services rather than the traditional owl post that Dumbledore had once used to control communications with potential students. Professor McGonagall's handwriting was as precise as ever, but Harry could detect an underlying uncertainty in her formal words that spoke to the fundamental changes sweeping through the institution she had served for decades. Dear Mr. Potter, the letter began with characteristic directness. I write to extend an invitation for you to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the upcoming academic year, though I understand that circumstances have changed considerably since such invitations were last extended to members of your family. I would very much like the opportunity to speak with you about your educational options and to discuss how the school might better serve students who have been failed by previous approaches to magical education. Harry set the letter aside and turned to face Sirius, who was reviewing his own correspondence in a chair by the fireplace that served as the centerpiece of their shared living space. The months since his godfather's rescue from Azkaban had allowed their relationship to develop in ways that might have been impossible under normal circumstances, creating the kind of deep trust and mutual understanding that Harry had never experienced with any adult before. McGonagall wants to meet, Harry said, without preamble, knowing that Sirius would understand both the significance and the potential complications of such a request. Sirius looked up from the letter he had been reading, his grey eyes showing the mixture of hope and caution that had become his default expression when dealing with anything connected to his old life in wizarding society. Minerva was always the most honourable of the Hogwarts staff, he said thoughtfully. If anyone from that world deserves a chance to explain themselves and make amends, it would be her. But Harry had learned to approach even well-intentioned overtures with the kind of careful analysis that his Goblin education had instilled in him. Professor McGonagall had been Dumbledore's deputy for decades, intimately involved in the administration of a school that had served as the foundation of the old wizard's power base. Even if she had acted from genuine ignorance rather than malicious complicity, her position made her part of the system that had failed so many students over the years. She knew I was being abused, Harry said quietly, stating the conclusion that months of reflection had made inevitable. Maybe she didn't know the details, but she had to have seen the signs during my visits to Diagon Alley and the few times I appeared in public. She chose not to ask questions or investigate further because it was easier to trust Dumbledore's explanations than to challenge them. Sirius nodded grimly, recognizing the pattern of willful blindness that had characterized so many of their former allies during the war against Voldemort. Good people had allowed terrible things to happen because questioning authority figures was uncomfortable and potentially dangerous to their careers and social standing. But the letter from McGonagall also represented something more hopeful than simple damage control or political maneuvering. Her request for a meeting suggested genuine recognition that fundamental changes were needed in how magical education was conducted, and her willingness to come to Harry rather than demanding that he present himself at Hogwarts showed respect for his autonomy that the old system had never demonstrated. The meeting was arranged for the following week in one of Gringotts' formal conference rooms, neutral territory that would allow for honest conversation without the symbolic weight of Hogwarts authority pressing down on the proceedings. Professor McGonagall arrived punctually, her travelling robes showing signs of the kind of careful maintenance that spoke to reduced circumstances in the aftermath of the institutional upheavals that had swept through magical Britain. Harry studied her appearance as she settled into the chair across from him, noting the new lines of worry around her eyes and the way her normally perfect posture seemed slightly diminished by the weight of recent revelations. This was not the supremely confident authority figure he remembered from his few brief encounters with Hogwarts staff, but rather someone who had been forced to confront the possibility that her life's work had served causes she never intended to support. Professor McGonagall, Harry began with the formal courtesy that Goblin education had taught him to extend even to former enemies. Thank you for coming to meet with me. I understand this situation is difficult for everyone involved. McGonagall's response revealed both the quick intelligence that had made her a respected educator and the genuine remorse of someone who had discovered uncomfortable truths about her own actions and inactions over the years. "Mr. Potter," she said, with characteristic directness, "I have spent the past months reviewing every interaction I had with Professor Dumbledore regarding your welfare and education. I am forced to conclude that I failed you in ways that are both inexcusable and irreparable. I allowed my respect for his position and reputation to override my professional obligations to investigate signs of abuse and neglect that should have been impossible to miss." The admission hung in the air between them, acknowledgement of failures that had contributed to years of unnecessary suffering. But Harry had learned to evaluate people by their current choices rather than their past mistakes, and McGonagall's willingness to accept responsibility rather than make excuses suggested the kind of integrity that might provide a foundation for genuine reform. "What has changed?" Harry asked quietly. "Not just in your understanding of what happened, but in your approach to the responsibilities that come with positions of authority over young people." McGonagall's answer revealed the depth of self-reflection that the international investigation had forced on everyone connected to magical education. She described new policies being implemented at Hogwarts to ensure independent oversight of student welfare, mandatory reporting requirements that would prevent future cover-ups of abuse or neglect, and fundamental changes to the power structures that had allowed one individual to control so many aspects of the educational process. But more importantly, she acknowledged that these institutional changes would be meaningless without a corresponding shift in the culture and values that guided decision-making at every level of magical society. The old assumptions about authority and expertise needed to be replaced by systems that prioritized transparency, accountability, and the welfare of individuals over abstract concepts of the greater good. "We cannot undo the harm that has been done," Professor McGonagall said, with the kind of unflinching honesty that had made her a respected figure even among those who disagreed with her methods. "But we can commit to doing better going forward, and we can ensure that the lessons learned from these failures are not forgotten when new challenges arise." Harry appreciated the sentiment, but his Goblin education had taught him to evaluate promises based on concrete actions rather than good intentions. The question was not whether McGonagall and other reform-minded educators wanted to create a better system, but whether they had the knowledge, skills, and institutional support necessary to succeed where previous efforts at reform had failed. "What role do you see for Goblin educational approaches in the reformed curriculum you're developing?" Harry asked, testing whether the proposed changes represented genuine innovation or simply rearrangement of existing prejudices and limitations. McGonagall's response surprised him with its depth of understanding and genuine respect for non-human magical traditions. She had clearly spent considerable time studying Goblin approaches to education and had recognized the superiority of their methods in many crucial areas, particularly their emphasis on practical skills, ethical reasoning, and the development of personal integrity rather than mere accumulation of knowledge. "We have much to learn from Goblin educational philosophy," she admitted with the kind of intellectual humility that Harry had rarely encountered in wizarding adults. Their integration of practical skills with ethical development, their emphasis on earned respect rather than inherited authority, and their commitment to preparing students for meaningful contributions to society rather than simple compliance with existing systems all represent improvements over traditional wizarding approaches. The conversation continued for several hours as Harry, Sirius, and Professor McGonagall explored the practical challenges of implementing meaningful reform in a society that had been resistant to change for centuries. The obstacles were enormous, ranging from entrenched political interests to deep-seated cultural prejudices that would not be easily overcome through policy changes alone. But there were also reasons for cautious optimism. The international investigation had created an opening for reform by discrediting the old guard and their methods so thoroughly that even conservative elements of wizarding society were forced to acknowledge the need for change. Public opinion had shifted decisively in favor of transparency and accountability, making it politically viable to pursue reforms that would have been impossible under the previous system. Most importantly, there was a new generation of young people who had grown up during the recent upheavals and were less attached to the old ways of doing things. Students who had witnessed the exposure of systematic corruption and abuse were unlikely to simply accept authority claims without demanding evidence and accountability, creating natural pressure for continued reform even after the immediate crisis passed. By the time Professor McGonagall departed Gringotts that evening, Harry had reached a provisional decision about his educational future. Attending Hogwarts would provide opportunities to influence the reform process from within, while also allowing him to build relationships with peers who would shape magical society's future direction. But his attendance would be conditional on concrete commitments to implement the changes they had discussed, and to provide him with the kind of educational experience that reflected Goblin values rather than traditional wizarding approaches. The announcement of Harry Potter's intention to attend Hogwarts sent ripples throughout magical Britain that extended far beyond simple educational policy. His decision was seen as a kind of endorsement of the reform process, a signal that meaningful change was possible even within institutions that had been thoroughly compromised by the previous system. But Harry's conditions for attendance also served notice that he would not simply accept whatever educational experience the school chose to provide. His demand for curricular reforms that included Goblin magical techniques, his insistence on transparent oversight of all disciplinary and administrative decisions, and his requirement that students have meaningful input into policies that affected their lives represented a fundamental challenge to traditional educational authority structures. The response from other prospective students and their families was overwhelmingly positive, particularly among those who had felt marginalized or poorly served by the old system. Applications to Hogwarts increased dramatically as families recognized that the school might finally provide the kind of educational experience that prepared students for meaningful participation in society rather than simple compliance with existing power structures. But perhaps more significantly, Harry's educational choices became a catalyst for broader discussions about the future direction of magical society. The young man who had once been seen as a symbol of victimhood and sacrifice had transformed into something far more powerful, a living example of what individuals could accomplish when they were given proper support and allowed to develop their capabilities without artificial constraints. The months leading up to the start of term were filled with intensive preparation as Harry worked to master the advanced magical techniques that would allow him to succeed in the reformed curriculum while also maintaining his connections to the Goblin community that had become his true family. The balance between his two worlds required careful navigation, but it also provided opportunities to serve as a bridge between communities that had been isolated from each other for far too long. His friendship with Hermione Granger began through correspondence initiated by Professor McGonagall, who had identified the brilliant young witch as someone who shared Harry's passion for educational reform and commitment to using knowledge in service of justice. Their early letters revealed a meeting of minds that transcended their different backgrounds and experiences, creating the foundation for a partnership that would prove crucial in the challenges ahead. Hermione's perspective as a Muggle-born student provided insights into the ways that traditional wizarding education failed to serve students who came from non-magical backgrounds, while her natural brilliance and fierce commitment to equality made her a valuable ally in the broader struggle for social reform. More importantly, her genuine curiosity about Goblin approaches to magic and learning suggested the kind of intellectual flexibility that would be essential for building bridges between different magical communities. The Weasley family's reaction to recent events had been complex and painful, particularly given their unwitting role in harboring Peter Pettigrew for so many years. Arthur Weasley's position at the Ministry had made him privy to some of the evidence being gathered against Dumbledore, but his fundamental decency and commitment to justice had prevented him from trying to suppress or minimize revelations that reflected poorly on people he had trusted. Ron Weasley's friendship with Harry developed more slowly than it might have under different circumstances, partly because of the awkwardness surrounding Pettigrew's deception, but mostly because of the vast differences in their experiences and perspectives that made it difficult to find common ground initially. But Ron's essential loyalty and his family's commitment to doing what was right eventually overcame the initial obstacles, creating bonds that would prove durable even under the pressures of the challenges ahead. The beginning of term at Hogwarts was unlike anything in the school's 1,000-year history. Students arrived to find an institution that had been fundamentally restructured, not just administratively, but culturally, with new emphasis on student agency, transparent governance, and educational approaches that honored multiple magical traditions rather than privileging a single, narrow perspective. Harry's arrival generated enormous attention, but the focus was less on his celebrity status than on his role as a symbol of the possibility for positive change, even after seemingly irreparable harm had been done. Students and faculty alike recognized that his presence represented both an opportunity and a responsibility to prove that meaningful reform was possible within existing institutions. The sorting ceremony had been modified to reflect new understanding of how artificial divisions between houses had contributed to social problems throughout wizarding society. While students were still placed in residential groups that reflected certain personality traits and values, the emphasis was now on how different strengths could complement each other, rather than on competition and rivalry between artificially separated factions. Harry's placement in Gryffindor surprised no one, but his immediate efforts to build relationships across house lines and to challenge traditions that served no constructive purpose demonstrated the kind of leadership that transcended simple institutional categories. He approached his education with the same methodical thoroughness that had characterized his Goblin training, but he also brought a collaborative spirit that helped other students recognize their own potential for positive contribution. The reformed curriculum incorporated many of the practical and ethical components that Harry had requested, creating educational experiences that prepared students not just for careers within existing magical institutions, but for leadership roles in shaping society's future direction. Defense against the dark arts was restructured to emphasize protection of others rather than personal combat skills, while new courses in magical ethics and cross-cultural studies helped students understand their responsibilities as members of a diverse magical community. But perhaps most importantly, the new Hogwarts created space for genuine intellectual freedom and moral development in ways that the old system had never tolerated. Students were encouraged to question authority, to challenge accepted wisdom, and to develop their own understanding of right and wrong, rather than simply accepting whatever they were told by people in positions of power. By the end of his first term, Harry Potter had become not just a successful student, but a catalyst for changes that extended far beyond the walls of Hogwarts. His example inspired other young people to take active roles in shaping their communities, rather than simply accepting whatever circumstances they inherited, while his commitment to bridging different magical cultures helped create new possibilities for cooperation and mutual understanding. The wizarding world was still far from perfect, and there would be many challenges ahead as entrenched interests fought to preserve their privileges and power. But for the first time in generations, there was genuine reason to hope that magic might be used in service of justice and human flourishing, rather than simply maintaining existing hierarchies and inequalities. And Harry Potter, no longer the broken child that others had tried to make him, but not yet the man he would become, stood at the center of it all as both symbol and architect of the better world that was slowly taking shape around them. The escape had been planned with the kind of meticulous attention to detail that had once made Albus Dumbledore the most feared opponent of dark wizards across 2 continents. But desperation had replaced calculation in the old wizard's strategic thinking, transforming him from a master manipulator into something far more dangerous. A cornered predator with nothing left to lose, and decades of accumulated knowledge about the darkest aspects of magical combat. Harry Potter stood in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, his goblin-forged armor gleaming in the light of floating candles that had been conjured to replace the usual magical illumination. The familiar space had been transformed into something resembling a fortress, with defensive enchantments layered throughout the chamber and goblin warriors positioned at key points to intercept any attempt at magical infiltration or direct assault. The confrontation had been inevitable from the moment the international investigation had exposed the full scope of Dumbledore's crimes and manipulations. House arrest had proven insufficient to contain someone with his resources and connections, and his escape from ministry custody had triggered the kind of manhunt that involved cooperation between multiple magical governments and international law enforcement agencies. But Harry understood that this battle was about more than simply apprehending a fugitive from justice. Dumbledore represented the old order that had dominated wizarding society for generations, a system that treated individuals as expendable resources to be manipulated in service of abstract ideals that only a select few were deemed wise enough to understand. His defeat would symbolize the final rejection of that philosophy and the triumph of principles that valued individual dignity and choice over utilitarian calculations of the greater good. Sirius Black moved through the hall with the fluid grace of someone whose aura training had been honed by years of guerrilla warfare against forces that vastly outnumbered his own side. The months since his rescue from Azkaban had allowed him to regain much of his former physical condition. But more importantly, they had given him the kind of purpose that transformed personal suffering into fuel for broader social change. "He's not coming alone," Sirius observed, as he joined Harry at the center of the defensive formation that had been established throughout the Great Hall. "Our intelligence indicates that several of his most loyal followers have gone underground with him, including some who are thought to be respectable members of society until very recently." Harry nodded, unsurprised by news that confirmed his understanding of how deeply Dumbledore's network of influence had penetrated British magical society. The old wizard's ability to inspire fanatical loyalty among people who genuinely believed they were serving noble causes had always been one of his most dangerous characteristics, creating followers who would sacrifice anything in pursuit of goals they might not fully understand, but trusted their leader to have chosen wisely. Director Ragnok approached, carrying reports from Goblin scouts who had been monitoring magical disturbances throughout the Scottish Highlands for the past week. The ancient goblin's weathered face showed the kind of grim satisfaction that came from finally confronting an enemy who had evaded justice for far too long. Dumbledore's magical signature has been detected, moving through the Forbidden Forest, approaching the castle through routes that were probably established during his decades as headmaster, Ragnok announced to the assembled defenders. He's traveling with at least 6 others, all of whom are masking their identities through advanced concealment charms that suggest significant magical training and preparation. The tactical situation was complex, but not unprecedented in Goblin military experience. Hogwarts Castle provided excellent defensive advantages for those who controlled it, but it also offered numerous points of potential infiltration for attackers who knew its secrets and hidden passages. Dumbledore's intimate knowledge of the building's magical infrastructure gave him capabilities that conventional assault forces would lack, making this confrontation as much about magical engineering as traditional combat skills. But Harry's years of Goblin education had prepared him for exactly this kind of multidimensional strategic thinking. The defensive plan he had developed with Ragnok and the other Goblin commanders took into account not just Dumbledore's tactical capabilities, but also his psychological profile and the political implications of whatever outcome emerged from their confrontation. "Remember," Harry said to the assembled defenders, his young voice carrying the kind of natural authority that had nothing to do with inherited status and everything to do with demonstrated competence and integrity. "We're not just fighting to protect ourselves or even to bring Dumbledore to justice. We're fighting to prove that a better way of organizing society is possible, that power can be used responsibly when it's held by people who are accountable to the communities they serve." The first sign of Dumbledore's approach came not through conventional magical detection, but through the behavior of the castle's oldest enchantments, protective spells that had been woven into the very stones during Hogwarts' construction 1,000 years earlier. These ancient magics began to resonate in ways that suggested they were recognizing someone who had once been trusted with their maintenance and activation. But the recognition was troubled, carrying undertones that spoke to fundamental conflicts between the castle's original purposes and the uses to which Dumbledore had put his knowledge over the decades of his tenure as headmaster. Hogwarts had been built as a sanctuary for learning and growth, not as a fortress for those who would sacrifice students in pursuit of abstract ideals. Harry felt the disturbance through his connection to the goblin-enhanced protective wards that had been layered throughout the castle during the weeks of preparation for this confrontation. The sensation was like hearing distant thunder, a warning of storms approaching that would test every defensive measure they had put in place. "He's here," Harry announced to the defenders who had spread throughout the Great Hall and adjacent corridors. "All units maintain positions and remember your orders. We take him alive if possible, but protecting innocent lives takes priority over any other consideration. The first assault came not as a direct attack, but as an attempt to turn the castle's own defenses against its current occupants." Dumbledore's voice echoed through the stone corridors with the kind of commanding presence that had once inspired confidence and obedience from students and staff throughout the magical world. "I built these protections," his amplified voice declared with the arrogant certainty that had characterized his approach to power for decades. "Every ward, every enchantment, every magical safeguard in this castle responds to my authority. Surrender now, and I will ensure that your punishments are proportional to your crimes against the greater good." But the old wizard had underestimated the sophistication of goblin ward crafting and the ways that his former authority over Hogwarts had been systematically undermined during the months of reform that had followed his disgrace. The defensive systems that protected the castle now operated according to principles of consensus and transparency rather than autocratic command, making them immune to the kind of override techniques that Dumbledore had relied upon during his tenure as headmaster. Harry's response to Dumbledore's ultimatum was delivered through the same magical amplification system, but his words carried a different kind of authority, one based on moral legitimacy rather than accumulated power. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, with the calm precision that had become his trademark during years of goblin education. "You are wanted by international magical law enforcement on charges of child abuse, theft, conspiracy, and obstruction of justice. Surrender yourself now for proper legal proceedings, and you will be treated according to the standards of civilized society. Continue your resistance, and you will face the consequences of your choice to place personal pride above accountability to the communities you have harmed. The magical duel that erupted throughout Hogwarts was unlike anything recorded in the histories of wizarding warfare. Dumbledore fought with the desperate creativity of someone who understood that defeat meant not just personal consequences, but the final discrediting of everything he had claimed to represent. His spells were works of terrible artistry, combining decades of magical innovation with a willingness to use techniques that ethical practitioners had rejected as too dangerous or morally questionable. But Harry and his allies fought with advantages that went beyond individual magical skill or tactical preparation. They represented a vision of society that had inspired genuine loyalty and cooperation rather than the grudging obedience that fear and manipulation could produce. Every goblin warrior who stood with them had chosen to risk their life for principles they believed were worth defending, while every human ally had made conscious decisions to support reform over the comfortable preservation of existing inequalities. The battle raged through corridors that had witnessed centuries of magical education, transforming familiar spaces into landscapes of conflict that tested every defensive measure and offensive capability that both sides could bring to bear. Dumbledore's followers fought with the kind of desperate ferocity that came from realizing their entire worldview was being challenged, while Harry's defenders maintained the disciplined coordination that goblin military training had instilled in them over months of preparation. But it was in the personal confrontation between Harry and Dumbledore that the deeper significance of the conflict became clear. The old wizard who had spent years preparing a child for sacrifice now faced that same child, grown strong enough to resist manipulation and wise enough to see through the deceptions that had once seemed so compelling. "You could have been great," Dumbledore said, as their magical energies clashed in the center of the great hall, his pale blue eyes blazing with the kind of fanatic conviction that had sustained him through decades of morally questionable decisions. "I gave you the opportunity to serve something larger than yourself, to sacrifice your individual desires for the benefit of countless others who lacked your power and potential." Harry's response was delivered between waves of defensive magic that turned aside spells designed to incapacitate or control rather than kill, demonstrating the kind of restraint that separated justice from revenge, even in the heat of combat. "You never gave me an opportunity, Professor," Harry replied with the quiet conviction that had sustained him through years of abuse and manipulation. "You made decisions about my life without my knowledge or consent, then called it a gift when I discovered what you had stolen from me. That's not sacrifice, it's theft, and it's not service to something greater, it's service to your own vision of how other people should live their lives." The philosophical debate continued, even as their magical duel intensified, with each exchange of spells accompanied by arguments that went to the heart of how power should be exercised in a just society. Dumbledore defended his utilitarian approach with the kind of abstract reasoning that had once convinced well-meaning people to support policies that caused enormous individual suffering in pursuit of theoretical benefits. But Harry's responses drew on the practical wisdom he had gained through years of Goblin education and the bitter personal experience of being treated as an expendable resource by people who claimed to care about his welfare. He had learned to evaluate moral arguments not just through logical consistency, but through their real-world consequences for the people who would be affected by them. The turning point came when Dumbledore attempted to use one of the most forbidden techniques in magical combat, a spell designed to override another person's will so completely that they would become little more than an extension of the caster's own consciousness. It was exactly the kind of magic that epitomized everything wrong with his approach to power, treating other people as tools to be used rather than individuals with inherent dignity and agency. But Harry's defenses had been prepared for exactly this kind of attack. Years of recovery from Dumbledore's earlier manipulations had given him unique insight into how such magic worked, while his Goblin training in mental discipline and magical resistance provided techniques for countering even the most sophisticated forms of mental intrusion. The spell that should have enslaved Harry instead rebounded on its caster, creating a feedback loop that shattered Dumbledore's carefully maintained psychological barriers and exposed the true nature of his motivations. For the first time in decades, perhaps for the first time in his adult life, Albus Dumbledore was forced to confront the gap between his noble rhetoric and his actual behavior without the comfort of rationalization or self-deception. The revelation broke something fundamental in the old wizard's ability to continue fighting. He had built his entire identity around the belief that he was serving noble causes through regrettable but necessary means, and the sudden recognition of how thoroughly he had deceived himself about his own motivations left him unable to maintain the conviction that had sustained his resistance. Dumbledore's surrender came not through magical defeat, but through the kind of psychological collapse that occurred when someone finally faced truths they had spent decades avoiding. He knelt in the center of the great hall, his iconic robes torn and his famous beard singed by magical energies, looking for the first time like the broken old man he had always been beneath the carefully crafted public image. The silence that followed his capitulation was profound, broken only by the distant sound of his remaining followers being apprehended by Goblin security forces throughout the castle. The confrontation that had threatened to tear apart the foundations of magical society had ended not with dramatic heroics, but with the quiet recognition that justice had finally been served. Harry approached the defeated wizard with the kind of careful precision that years of dealing with dangerous situations had taught him to maintain, even after apparent victory. Dumbledore was still one of the most knowledgeable and potentially dangerous magical practitioners alive, and his surrender might be tactical rather than genuine. But when Harry looked into Dumbledore's eyes, he saw something that surprised him. Not defiance or calculation, but a kind of hollow recognition that his life's work had been built on foundations that could not withstand serious examination. The old wizard who had once commanded the respect and loyalty of most of the magical world now understood that history would remember him not as a hero, but as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked authority and moral arrogance. "It's over, Professor," Harry said quietly, the words carrying finality that had nothing to do with the immediate conflict and everything to do with the broader transformation of magical society that this confrontation represented. The old ways of doing things, the assumption that some people are wise enough to make decisions for everyone else without accountability or oversight, all of that ends here. Dumbledore's response was barely audible, spoken by someone who had finally been forced to confront the consequences of choices he had rationalized for so long that he had forgotten they were choices at all. "I believed I was serving the greater good," he whispered, the words carrying the weight of someone who had discovered that his entire understanding of morality had been fundamentally flawed. "I convinced myself that individual suffering was justified if it prevented greater suffering for more people. But I was wrong, wasn't I? I was wrong about everything." Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions as he heard those words, combining satisfaction at having his experiences validated with sadness for the waste of potential that Dumbledore's choices represented. The old wizard might have accomplished genuinely great things if he had learned to work with others as equals, rather than treating them as pieces in a game only he understood. "You were wrong about the big things," Harry agreed with characteristic honesty. "But that doesn't mean you can't learn to do better going forward. The difference between justice and revenge is that justice focuses on preventing future harm, rather than simply punishing past mistakes." The arrest of Albus Dumbledore by international magical law enforcement marked the end of an era in wizarding society, but it also represented the beginning of something new and potentially better. The institutions and assumptions that had sustained his influence for decades would need to be rebuilt from the ground up, guided by principles that prioritized transparency, accountability, and respect for individual dignity over abstract concepts of the greater good. Standing in the Great Hall of Hogwarts as representatives from multiple magical governments took formal custody of the former headmaster and his remaining followers, Harry Potter felt the weight of responsibility that came with having helped to tear down an old system without yet having fully constructed whatever would replace it. But he also felt the confidence that came from knowing he would not face that challenge alone. Sirius stood beside him, no longer the broken prisoner who had been rescued from Azkaban, but a partner and ally in the work of building a more just society. The Goblin allies who had become his true family were committed to supporting whatever came next, while the growing network of reform-minded humans throughout the magical world provided hope that meaningful change was possible even within institutions that had seemed irredeemably corrupt. The real work was just beginning, but for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was optimistic about the future. The boy who had been meant to serve as a willing sacrifice in someone else's grand design had instead become an architect of a better world, one built on foundations strong enough to withstand the storms that would inevitably come. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had been transformed for an occasion that no one in magical history had ever witnessed before. Where once the 4 house tables had enforced ancient divisions among students, now circular tables brought together witches, wizards, goblins, and other magical beings in configurations that would have been unthinkable just 7 years earlier. The floating candles that had illuminated countless feasts and ceremonies now cast their warm light on the graduation ceremony of the most remarkable class in the school's 1,000-year history. Harry Potter stood at the podium that had been carved from a single piece of oak by Goblin artisans, his graduation robes bearing the colours not just of Gryffindor House, but of the Iron Forge clan that had adopted him as family during his darkest hours. At 17, he had grown into someone who commanded attention not through fame or inherited status, but through the quiet authority that came from having helped reshape the magical world through dedication to principles that valued every individual life. The young man who addressed the assembled crowd bore little resemblance to the frightened child who had collapsed at Gringotts' doors 9 years earlier. His shoulders carried the confident posture of someone who had learned to bear responsibility without being crushed by it, while his green eyes held depths of understanding that spoke to experiences far beyond his chronological age. Most importantly, he radiated the kind of natural leadership that emerged when power was earned, rather than inherited. Today marks not just the end of our formal education, but the beginning of our real work in building the kind of world we want to live in, Harry began, his voice carrying clearly through the hall without magical amplification. We are the first generation to grow up with the knowledge that the institutions we inherited were not inevitable, that they could be changed when they failed to serve the people they were meant to protect. The audience that listened to his words represented a cross-section of magical society that would have been impossible to assemble before the reforms that had swept through their world following Dumbledore's exposure and downfall. Goblin elders sat beside ministry officials who had survived the purges that had followed the international investigation. Parents who had once feared for their children's safety in magical schools now watched with pride as those same children prepared to take leadership roles in a society that valued their contributions rather than simply their compliance. But perhaps the most significant presence in the hall was that of the reformed magical government itself, represented by Minister Kingsley Shacklebolt and a delegation from the newly established Department of Magical Cooperation. The institutional changes that had followed Dumbledore's defeat had created new structures for governance that emphasized transparency, accountability, and meaningful participation by all members of magical society, rather than domination by a small elite. Harry's role in these transformations had been complex and sometimes controversial, but never purely symbolic. His appointment as the first wizarding goblin liaison had required him to master not just the diplomatic skills necessary to bridge centuries of mistrust between communities, but also the practical knowledge needed to implement policies that served everyone's interests, rather than simply maintaining existing power balances. The position had been challenging in ways that no amount of education could have fully prepared him for. Negotiating trade agreements between goblin craftsmen and wizarding merchants required understanding both communities' economic needs and cultural values. Mediating disputes over magical territory and resource rights demanded knowledge of legal traditions that stretched back millennia. Most importantly, convincing people on both sides that cooperation was possible required demonstrating through concrete actions that the benefits of working together outweighed the comfort of familiar antagonisms. But the results had exceeded even the most optimistic predictions of what might be accomplished when different magical communities chose to work together rather than against each other. The integration of goblin metalworking techniques with wizarding enchantment had produced magical tools and weapons of unprecedented quality and durability. Collaborative research projects had advanced the understanding of magical theory by decades in just a few short years. Most importantly, the examples of successful cooperation had encouraged similar partnerships between wizards and other magical beings who had previously been marginalized or excluded from full participation in society. Hermione Granger sat in the front row of graduates, her bushy hair now tamed into an elegant style that reflected both her natural beauty and her practical approach to personal appearance. Her friendship with Harry had deepened over their years at Hogwarts into something that transcended simple, romantic attraction, becoming a partnership of minds and values that had sustained them through challenges that would have broken relationships built on less solid foundations. Her own graduation speech, delivered earlier in the ceremony, had focused on the importance of using knowledge in service of justice rather than personal advancement. Her establishment of the Society for the Protection of Magical Beings had already begun to address centuries of discrimination and abuse that traditional magical institutions had either ignored or actively perpetuated. Her work documenting the living conditions and legal status of house elves, centaurs, and other non-human magical beings had provided the foundation for legislation that granted them rights and protections that previous generations had considered impossible. But it was her partnership with Harry in creating new educational institutions that represented her most significant contribution to the transformation of magical society. The schools they had founded together combined the practical wisdom of Goblin education with the theoretical rigor of traditional wizarding scholarship, creating learning environments that prepared students not just for careers, but for citizenship in a diverse and complex world. Ron Weasley had found his calling in a direction that surprised many who had known him as a child, but made perfect sense to those who understood his essential character. His work with the reformed Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes had evolved into leadership of a new agency dedicated to protecting magical children from abuse and neglect, regardless of their family background or social status. The personal journey that had led him to that calling had been difficult, shaped by his family's unwitting role in harboring Peter Pettigrew and the guilt that had accompanied the discovery of how their kindness had been exploited. But rather than allowing that experience to embitter him, Ron had transformed it into motivation for ensuring that no child would suffer as Harry had suffered, and that no family would be deceived as his own had been deceived. His friendship with Harry had matured from the hero worship of their early years into the kind of mutual respect that developed between people who had chosen to dedicate their lives to serving causes larger than their personal interests. Their different approaches to achieving social reform complemented each other perfectly, with Ron's focus on direct service to vulnerable individuals, balancing Harry's work on systemic change and institutional development. The Weasley family as a whole had become powerful advocates for the reforms that were reshaping magical society, using their reputation for integrity and their connections throughout the wizarding community to build support for policies that might otherwise have faced insurmountable political opposition. Arthur Weasley's work in the Reformed ministry had focused on ensuring that the new institutions remained true to their founding principles, rather than gradually reverting to the corrupt practices that had characterized the previous system. But it was Molly Weasley who had perhaps made the most significant personal transformation, evolving from a protective mother focused primarily on her own family's welfare, into an advocate for all magical children who needed the kind of fierce maternal care she had always provided to her own sons and daughter. Her work establishing support networks for families affected by magical abuse had created resources that reached far beyond anything the old system had ever attempted to provide. The changes in magical education that Harry and his allies had pioneered at Hogwarts had spread throughout the wizarding world, creating new approaches to learning that honored multiple magical traditions rather than privileging a single, narrow perspective. The integration of Goblin techniques with traditional wizarding methods had produced graduates who were not only more skilled in practical magic, but also more thoughtful about the ethical implications of how they chose to use their abilities. Defense against the dark arts had been completely restructured to focus on protection of others rather than personal combat skills, while new courses in magical ethics and cross-cultural studies helped students understand their responsibilities as members of a diverse magical community. Most importantly, students were encouraged to question authority, to challenge accepted wisdom, and to develop their own understanding of right and wrong, rather than simply accepting whatever they were told by people in positions of power. The effects of these educational changes were already visible in the youngest generation of magical practitioners, who approached problems with the kind of collaborative thinking and ethical awareness that had been largely absent from previous cohorts of magical education graduates. They were more likely to seek input from diverse perspectives before making important decisions, more willing to acknowledge their own limitations and mistakes, and more committed to using their abilities in service of community welfare rather than personal advancement. But perhaps the most significant change was in how they thought about power itself. Rather than viewing magical ability as something that automatically conferred authority over others, they understood it as a responsibility to protect and serve those who might be more vulnerable. This fundamental shift in perspective promised to prevent the kind of systematic abuses that had characterized the previous generation's approach to governance and social organization. The defeat of Voldemort had come not through the kind of dramatic final battle that prophecies and legends typically described, but through the systematic dismantling of the conditions that had allowed him to accumulate power and followers in the first place. Harry's superior training and the united magical alliance he had helped to build had made it impossible for the Dark Lord to operate with the kind of impunity he had enjoyed during his previous rise to power. The reforms that had swept through magical society had eliminated many of the grievances and inequalities that Voldemort had exploited to build his following, while the new institutions for cross-cultural cooperation had created alternatives to the pure-blood supremacist ideology that had sustained his movement. Most importantly, the transparency and accountability that now characterized magical governance had made it much more difficult for aspiring dictators to operate through the kind of secretive manipulation that had been Voldemort's preferred method of accumulating influence. When the final confrontation had come, it had been less a battle between good and evil than a demonstration of how completely the world had changed around Voldemort, while he had remained trapped in outdated patterns of thinking about power and control. His magic was still formidable, but his understanding of how to use it effectively had been rendered obsolete by social changes that he had neither anticipated nor adapted to address. Harry's role in that final confrontation had been important, but not decisive in the way that traditional heroic narratives would suggest. His goblin training had given him advantages in magical combat, but more importantly, his work in building alliances across different magical communities had ensured that he did not face Voldemort alone. The Dark Lord's defeat had been accomplished through the coordinated efforts of dozens of skilled practitioners working together according to principles of cooperation and mutual support that represented everything Voldemort's philosophy opposed. The marriage ceremony that had joined Harry and Hermione had been conducted according to traditions that honored both wizarding customs and goblin concepts of partnership and mutual commitment. The celebration had brought together representatives from magical communities throughout Europe and beyond, creating the kind of joyful gathering that demonstrated the possibility of cooperation across cultural lines that had once seemed impossible to bridge. Their relationship had been built on foundations that went far beyond simple attraction or shared interests, encompassing a deep compatibility in values and goals that had sustained them through challenges that might have destroyed partnerships based on less substantial connections. They shared a vision of what magical society could become if it embraced principles of justice and equality, and they had committed their lives to making that vision a reality through whatever contributions their individual talents and circumstances might allow. The wedding itself had been modest by the standards of traditional wizarding ceremonies, but rich in the kind of meaningful symbolism that reflected their understanding of marriage as a partnership dedicated to serving purposes larger than their personal happiness. Their vows had included commitments not just to each other, but to the communities they served and the principles they had dedicated their lives to advancing. But it was the children they would raise together that represented their most important contribution to the future they had worked so hard to create. Those children would grow up in a world where cooperation between different magical communities was normal rather than exceptional, where institutions were designed to serve all members of society rather than just privileged elites, and where individual worth was measured by contribution and character rather than bloodline or inherited status. Harry and Hermione had been thoughtful about the kind of parents they wanted to be, drawing lessons from Harry's experiences with both the Dursleys' neglect and the Goblins' nurturing guidance. Their children would be raised with both wizarding and goblin cultural values, learning to appreciate the strengths that different traditions could contribute, while also understanding their responsibilities as members of a diverse and interconnected community. The schools they had established together would ensure that future generations had access to the kind of education that developed not just magical skills, but also critical thinking abilities and ethical awareness. These institutions would serve as models for educational reform throughout the magical world, demonstrating the benefits of approaches that honored multiple traditions while maintaining high standards for academic achievement and personal development. Standing at the podium on graduation day, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him from the cupboard under the stairs to this moment of celebration and new beginnings. The transformation had been profound and permanent, touching not just his own life, but the lives of countless others who had benefited from the reforms that his experiences had helped to inspire. The scared, abused child who had once accepted suffering as his natural condition was gone forever, replaced by someone who understood that individual pain could be transformed into collective healing if approached with wisdom and determination. The helpless victim that Dumbledore had tried to create had instead become a catalyst for changes that had made victimization less likely for future generations. But perhaps most importantly, the isolated boy who had never known genuine love or acceptance had found both in abundance, creating the kind of lasting connections with others that provided meaning and purpose beyond any individual achievement. His goblin family had taught him that worth was earned through deed rather than inherited through blood, while his human relationships had shown him the possibility of partnerships based on mutual respect and shared values. As he looked out at the audience that had gathered to celebrate this milestone, Harry saw faces that told the story of how completely their world had been transformed. Goblin children sat beside wizard students, learning from each other's traditions and building friendships that would last lifetimes. Parents who had once feared for their children's safety now watched with pride as those children prepared to take leadership roles in a society that valued their contributions. Officials who had once served corrupt systems had reformed their institutions and dedicated themselves to transparent governance and accountable leadership. The work was far from finished, and there would undoubtedly be new challenges ahead, as each generation discovered its own ways of falling short of the ideals they had inherited. But the foundations had been laid for a society that could correct its mistakes rather than simply perpetuating them. Institutions that could adapt and improve rather than simply maintaining existing inequalities. Most importantly, there were now people in positions of authority who understood that power was a responsibility rather than a privilege, and who had demonstrated their commitment to using that responsibility in service of community welfare rather than personal advancement. The example they set would inspire others to similar dedication, creating a self-reinforcing culture of ethical leadership that could withstand the inevitable challenges of future conflicts and crises. Harry's final words to his graduating class carried the weight of someone who had learned through bitter experience the difference between hollow promises and genuine commitment to positive change. We leave here today not as the end of our education, but as the beginning of our real work in the world, he concluded. We have been given advantages that previous generations could not have imagined, not just in magical knowledge and skills, but in understanding of how power can be used responsibly and how different communities can work together for mutual benefit. The question is not whether we will face challenges in the years ahead, but whether we will meet those challenges with the wisdom, courage, and integrity that our education has been designed to develop in us. The applause that greeted these words came not just from the graduates and their families, but from representatives of communities throughout the magical world who had gathered to witness this milestone in their collective journey toward a more just and inclusive society. The sound echoed through the great hall and beyond, carrying with it the hope and determination of people who had learned that change was possible when ordinary individuals chose to act on their highest values rather than simply accepting whatever circumstances they happened to inherit. As the ceremony concluded and the graduates moved forward to begin their adult lives, Harry Potter remained at the podium for a moment longer, looking out at a world that had been transformed through the patient work of countless individuals who had chosen cooperation over conflict, transparency over deception, and justice over mere convenience. The boy who had been destined to die for someone else's vision of the greater good had instead lived to help create a world where no child would ever again be treated as an expendable resource in service of abstract ideals. The frightened victim, who had once cowered in a cupboard under the stairs, had become a bridge between communities, a catalyst for reform, and a symbol of the possibility that individual suffering could be transformed into collective healing. But most importantly, Harry Potter had learned that the greatest magic of all was not the ability to cast spells or defeat enemies, but the capacity to build relationships based on mutual respect and shared commitment to principles that honored the dignity and worth of every individual life. That understanding would guide him through whatever challenges lay ahead, just as it had sustained him through the struggles that had brought him to this moment of celebration and hope. Harry Potter woke slowly, swimming up through layers of consciousness like a diver rising from deep water. The first thing he noticed was the absence of pain. For 8 years, he had woken every morning to some combination of aches, bruises, or the lingering soreness of yesterday's punishments. This morning, his body felt strangely light, as if he were floating on clouds instead of lying on his usual thin mattress. The second thing he noticed was that he wasn't in his cupboard under the stairs. Panic jolted him fully awake, his green eyes snapping open to take in unfamiliar surroundings. The room around him was unlike anything he had ever seen, carved from what appeared to be solid stone, but polished to a warm, honey-colored gleam. Soft light emanated from crystals embedded in the walls, casting everything in a gentle amber glow that felt more natural than any electric bulb he had known. The bed beneath him was larger than his entire cupboard, with sheets softer than anything the Dursleys owned, and pillows that seemed designed to cradle his head perfectly. A warm blanket covered him, woven from materials that felt like spun sunlight against his skin. Harry sat up carefully, his heart hammering as he tried to piece together how he had gotten here. The last clear memory he had was standing outside the bronze doors of Gringotts Bank, feeling more exhausted than he had ever been in his life. After that, everything became hazy, impressions of strong hands catching him as he fell, and voices speaking in a language that sounded like music made from stone. A gentle knock at the door interrupted his confused thoughts. Before he could respond, the door opened to reveal a creature that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. The goblin was small by human standards, barely reaching Harry's shoulder, even though the boy was sitting on the bed. But there was nothing diminutive about the intelligence in those dark eyes, or the quiet authority in the way he carried himself. "Good, you're awake," the goblin said in accented English, his voice carrying the same musical stone quality Harry remembered from his collapse. "I am Master Healer Ragnok, and you are in the medical chambers of Gringotts Bank. You've been unconscious for nearly 18 hours. Harry tried to speak but found his throat dry as parchment. Ragnok noticed immediately, moving to a side table and pouring water from a crystal pitcher into a matching cup. The water was cool and pure, tasting better than anything Harry had ever drunk. "Small sips," Ragnok advised, watching as Harry drank gratefully. "Your body is still recovering from severe dehydration and exhaustion. We've been giving you healing potions while you slept, but the magical damage will take longer to address." Magical damage. The word sent a chill through Harry despite the warm room. He lowered the cup with trembling hands, his green eyes wide with questions he wasn't sure he wanted answered. "What kind of magical damage?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ragnok's expression grew serious as he settled into a chair beside the bed, bringing his eyes level with Harry's. The old goblin's face was weathered like stone shaped by centuries of wind and rain. but his eyes held a kindness that Harry had rarely encountered in his short life. "That is what we need to discuss, child. But first I must ask you some questions, and I need you to answer them as honestly as you can. Your safety may depend on the truth." Harry nodded slowly. Truth was something he understood, even if the adults in his life had rarely shown him the same courtesy. "What is your full name?" "Harry James Potter." "How old are you?" "8, Harry replied, then hesitated. "I think. The Dursleys never really celebrated my birthday properly, so I might be wrong." Ragnar's eyes flashed with something that might have been anger, but his voice remained gentle. "Your birthday is July 31st. You turned 8 exactly 2 months ago. Now tell me about the Dursleys. They are your guardians." Harry's hands clenched in the soft blankets, as memories he usually tried to suppress came flooding back. "They're my aunt and uncle. Aunt Petunia is my mother's sister. They've taken care of me since I was a baby." "Taken care of you," Ragnar repeated, his tone carefully neutral. "Describe what that care has involved." For a moment, Harry considered lying. Years of Dursley conditioning had taught him that speaking badly of his guardians led to worse punishments, but something in Ragnar's patient expression made him feel safe enough to tell the truth for perhaps the first time in his life. The words came slowly at first, then in a rushing torrent as 8 years of suppressed pain poured out. He told Ragnar about the cupboard under the stairs that had been his bedroom, about the daily chores that left his hands raw and bleeding, about the meals that were more punishment than nourishment. He described Vernon's creative cruelties and Petunia's cold indifference, Dudley's casual brutality, and the way the neighbours looked through him as if he didn't exist. But it was when Harry began describing the strange things that happened around him that Ragnar's attention sharpened to a laser focus. "They hate it when I do magic," Harry said, using the word that the Dursleys had forbidden him to speak aloud. "Uncle Vernon says it's unnatural and that he'll beat the freak out of me. But I can't help it sometimes. When I'm really upset or angry, things just happen." "What kind of things?" Ragnar asked quietly. Harry hesitated, then plunged ahead. "I made Aunt Petunia's hair turn blue once, when she was being particularly mean. I made all the windows in the house rattle when Uncle Vernon locked me in my cupboard for 3 days with no food. Last week, I made Dudley's favorite toy melt when he was using it to hit me." Ragnar nodded, as if this was exactly what he had expected to hear. "And when these magical incidents occurred, what happened afterward?" "They got angrier," Harry said simply. "Uncle Vernon would hit me harder and lock me up longer. Aunt Petunia would make me do extra chores until my hands bled. They said I was a freak and that freaks needed to be punished until they learned to be normal." The goblin's hands clenched into fists, but he kept his voice level. "Harry, I need to examine you magically now. It won't hurt, but it may feel strange. Is that acceptable?" Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what magical examination meant. Ragnar raised his hands, muttering words in what sounded like the Goblin language Harry had heard when he first collapsed. The healer's palms began to glow with a soft silver light that reminded Harry of moonlight on water. When that light touched him, Harry gasped. It felt like cool fingers tracing along his skin, not painful but intensely strange, as if someone were reading his very essence like a book. The sensation travelled from the top of his head to the tips of his toes, lingering in certain places longer than others. Ragnar's expression grew progressively darker as the examination continued. When the silver light finally faded, the goblin's face was set in lines of barely controlled fury. "Harry Potter," Ragnar said formally, "what I'm about to tell you may be difficult to hear, but you deserve to know the truth. Someone has been systematically poisoning your magical development since you were very young. The dark magic I can detect on you was not placed there by accident or as a result of your traumatic experiences. It was deliberately and expertly applied by someone with considerable skill." The room seemed to tilt around Harry. He gripped the blankets tighter, his knuckles white with strain. What do you mean? Ragnok stood and began pacing, his short legs carrying him back and forth across the stone floor with agitated energy. I mean that someone has been using you as a test subject for some of the most insidious forms of magical manipulation known to our kind. Memory suppression charms to keep you from remembering things they don't want you to know. Power dampeners to prevent your natural magical abilities from developing properly. Compulsion charms designed to make you compliant and trusting toward specific individuals. Each revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. The room felt too small, too warm, as if the walls were closing in around him. But beneath the shock and fear, something else was growing. A cold, hard anger that felt different from the helpless rage he had experienced during Dursley punishments. "Who?" Harry asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. "Who did this to me?" Ragnok stopped pacing and fixed Harry with a serious look. The magical signature is distinctive. Whoever cast these spells is extremely powerful and has had regular access to you over a period of years. The precision and sophistication of the work suggests someone with extensive training in both healing and dark arts. "But you know who it is," Harry said. It wasn't really a question. Something in Ragnok's expression told him the Goblin had already identified their tormentor. "I have suspicions, but I need more evidence before I can make accusations," Ragnok replied carefully. "What I can tell you is that these spells were not cast by your relatives. The Dursleys are mundane humans with no magical ability whatsoever. Someone else has been visiting you regularly, someone you would have trusted enough to allow close access." Harry's mind raced through his limited interactions with magical people. In 8 years, he could count on one hand the number of times adults had visited Privet Drive specifically to see him. The only magical person he could remember meeting was Professor Dumbledore, Harry whispered, the name falling from his lips like a curse. Ragnok's silence was answer enough. The old wizard who claimed to be looking out for Harry's best interests, who had placed him with the Dursleys for his own protection, who visited occasionally to check on his welfare with those twinkling blue eyes and grandfatherly demeanor, the man who had seemed so kind and wise, offering cryptic reassurances about Harry's future and the importance of his sacrifice. But Harry's memories of those visits were strangely hazy, like trying to recall a dream upon waking. He remembered the general impression of Dumbledore's presence, the feeling that he should trust and obey the old wizard. But the specific details always slipped away when he tried to focus on them. "He's been making me forget," Harry said, his voice filled with a mixture of betrayal and dawning understanding. "That's why I can never remember exactly what he says during his visits. He talks to me, does something to my head, and then I forget everything except that I should be grateful and obedient." Ragnok nodded grimly. "The memory charms are particularly sophisticated. They don't erase your recollections entirely, which would be detectable, but rather make them slide away from conscious thought like water off stone. You retain the emotional impressions he wants you to have while losing the specific content that might make you question his motives." Harry felt sick. Every warm feeling he had ever had about the mysterious wizard who had supposedly saved him from Voldemort curdled in his stomach like spoiled milk. The few positive memories from his childhood, the times when he had felt special rather than freakish, had all been lies designed to keep him docile and compliant. "Why?" Harry asked, his voice breaking slightly. "Why would he do this to me?" "That," Ragnok said softly, "is the question we need to answer. But first, we need to deal with the immediate magical damage. The spells woven into your mind and magic are like chains, Harry. They've been holding you back, making you weaker and more vulnerable than nature intended. With your permission, I would like to begin the process of removing them." Harry looked up sharply. "You can do that." "It will not be easy or quick," Ragnok warned. "Some of these enchantments have been in place for years. Removing them safely will require time and patience. And I must warn you, as we strip away the artificial limitations, you may experience significant changes in your magical abilities and your memories of past events. Harry thought about this for a long moment. The idea of remembering things that had been hidden from him was terrifying, but not as terrifying as remaining a puppet dancing to someone else's strings. "I want them gone," Harry said firmly. "All of them. I want to know who I really am without someone else's magic telling me what to think and feel." Ragnok smiled, and for the first time since waking, Harry saw genuine approval in the goblin's expression. "Very good. That kind of courage will serve you well in the days ahead. But before we begin the removal process, there are other things you need to know about your situation." The goblin moved to a desk carved from the same honey-colored stone as the walls, and withdrew a thick folder filled with parchments. The documents looked official and important, covered with seals and signatures in multiple colors of ink. "You are not just Harry Potter, the abused child seeking sanctuary," Ragnok explained as he settled back into his chair. "You are also Lord Potter, heir to one of the oldest and wealthiest wizarding families in Britain. Your parents opened accounts here at Gringotts shortly after your birth, and they left very specific instructions about your care should anything happen to them." Harry stared at the folder as if it might bite him. A lord, wealthy family. It seemed impossible that someone like him, who had lived in a cupboard and worn cast-off clothes, could have any connection to wealth or nobility. "I don't understand," Harry said slowly. "If my parents left money for me, why was I living with the Dursleys? Why didn't anyone tell me about any of this?" "Because," Ragnok said, his voice heavy with disgust, "someone has been intercepting your mail, forging documents, and systematically stealing from your inheritance. The same person who has been magically manipulating you has also been committing financial fraud on a massive scale." The goblin opened the folder and spread several documents across the bed where Harry could see them. Bank statements showing enormous sums of money being withdrawn without authorization. Forged guardianship papers giving someone else control over Harry's finances. Letters from his parents that had been intercepted before they could reach him. Harry's hands shook as he picked up one of the letters, recognizing his mother's handwriting from the single photograph he possessed. The paper was yellowed with age, suggesting it had been written years ago and hidden away rather than delivered. "My dearest Harry," the letter began in his mother's flowing script. "If you are reading this, then something has happened to your father and me, and you have finally learned the truth about your heritage. Please know that every decision we made was out of love for you and hope for your future." The letter went on to explain the Potter family history, their wealth, their connections to the magical world, and most importantly, their growing distrust of Albus Dumbledore's methods and motives. James and Lily Potter had apparently discovered that the old wizard was not the benevolent protector he pretended to be, but rather a manipulator who saw people as pieces on a chessboard to be moved according to his grand design. "We have made arrangements for you to be raised by Sirius Black, your godfather. Should anything happen to us," the letter continued, "under no circumstances should you be placed with Petunia and her husband. My sister has never forgiven me for being magical, and we fear she would take her resentment out on you. Sirius loves you like his own son, and will ensure you grow up knowing your worth and your power." Harry looked up at Ragnok with tears streaming down his face. "Why didn't I go to Sirius? Where is my godfather?" Ragnok's expression grew even darker. "Sirius Black is currently imprisoned in Azkaban, convicted of betraying your parents to Voldemort and murdering 13 people. He has been there since shortly after your parents' death, with no trial and no opportunity to present evidence in his defense. The injustice of it all crashed over Harry like a wave. His godfather, the man his parents had chosen to raise him, had been locked away while he suffered under the Dursleys' cruelty. Meanwhile, the person responsible for orchestrating this entire tragedy continued to be hailed as the leader of the light, the defeater of dark wizards. "But there's more," Ragnok continued relentlessly. The magical signature analysis of the spells on you shows they were cast by someone with intimate knowledge of your family's magical patterns, someone who had access to your parents' wands or personal effects, someone who was trusted enough to examine you thoroughly as an infant. Harry felt something cold settle in his chest as the implications became clear. Dumbledore hadn't just failed to protect him from abuse. The old wizard had actively orchestrated his suffering, had designed every aspect of his miserable childhood to serve some greater purpose that Harry couldn't even begin to fathom. He wanted me weak, Harry said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. He wanted me grateful and dependent and easy to control. That appears to be the case, Ragnok agreed. The question is why. What purpose does a weak, controlled Harry Potter serve that a strong, independent one would not? Harry thought about this, drawing on 8 years of hard-won survival instincts to analyze the situation. If Dumbledore wanted him weak and controllable, it meant the old wizard had plans for him. Plans that required Harry to be willing to sacrifice himself without question or hesitation. "He wants me to die," Harry said quietly, the realization hitting him with crystal clarity. "That's what this is all about. He's been preparing me to die willingly when the time comes, and he needed me to trust him completely so I wouldn't fight or run when he pointed me toward whatever death he has planned." Ragnok's silence confirmed Harry's suspicion. The room felt different now, charged with the weight of terrible knowledge. Harry Potter was not just an abused child who had escaped his tormentors. He was a target, marked for death by the very person the wizarding world trusted to protect him. And that person had spent 8 years carefully crafting him into the perfect willing sacrifice. But Dumbledore had made one crucial mistake. He had underestimated the goblins' commitment to justice and their ability to see through wizard deceptions. Now Harry was under goblin protection, and the ancient laws that governed such sanctuary were not something even Albus Dumbledore could simply ignore or manipulate away. "What happens now?" Harry asked, wiping his eyes and straightening his shoulders with a determination that reminded Ragnok of the boy's parents. "Now," Ragnok said with a smile, sharp as a blade, "we begin to heal you properly. We remove the chains from your mind and magic. We teach you who you really are and what you're truly capable of. And then when you're ready, we make sure that everyone in the wizarding world learns the truth about their so-called leader of the light." Harry nodded, feeling something fierce and bright kindle in his chest. For the first time in his life, he had allies who cared about justice more than politics, who valued truth more than convenience. The goblins might be small in stature, but they were giants in honor, and they had just made a very powerful enemy by taking Harry Potter under their protection. Albus Dumbledore was about to discover that some games had consequences even he couldn't manipulate away, and Harry Potter was about to learn that being weak and helpless had never been his true nature, merely an artificial constraint imposed by someone else's will. When those constraints were finally removed, the wizarding world would see what a Potter raised with love and honesty could really accomplish. The Goblin Revolution was about to begin, and it would start with one 8-year-old boy learning to be strong. The healing chambers beneath Gringotts existed in a realm that seemed to exist outside normal time and space. Harry had been there for 3 days now, though the gentle amber light that emanated from the crystal formations in the walls never changed, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. Not that it mattered to him anymore. For the first time in his 8 years of life, he was safe, and that safety felt more precious than any treasure the goblins might guard in their deepest vaults. Master Healer Ragnok had been methodical in his approach to removing the dark magic that had been woven into Harry's very essence. Each morning began with a careful examination, the goblin's silver-glowing hands mapping the complex web of spells that had been layered onto Harry like chains wrapped around his magical core. The process of removal was painstaking and delicate, requiring hours of precise work to unravel enchantments without damaging the natural magic they had been designed to suppress. Today felt different, though. Harry could sense something changing in the way his magic moved through his body, like water that had been dammed finally beginning to flow freely again. The constant ache he had carried between his shoulder blades, a tension he had never understood, was finally beginning to ease. His mind felt clearer too, as if a fog he hadn't realized was finally lifting. "Good morning, Harry," Ragnok greeted him as he entered the healing chamber, carrying his usual collection of crystal instruments and diagnostic tools. "How are you feeling today?" "Different," Harry replied honestly, sitting up in the comfortable bed that had become his temporary home. "Stronger, I think. Like something that was sleeping inside me is finally waking up." Ragnok's weathered face creased into what might have been satisfaction. "That would be your natural magical core asserting itself as we remove the dampening spells. You have considerably more power than Dumbledore wanted you to realize, young Potter. Today we should be able to remove the last of the major constraints." The goblin's hands began their familiar silver glow as he placed them on either side of Harry's head. This time, instead of the strange, cold feeling of the previous sessions, Harry felt warmth spreading through his entire body. It started as a trickle, like the first hint of spring water melting from winter ice, but gradually built into a rushing current that made every nerve ending sing with possibility. Images flashed through Harry's mind as suppressed memories began to surface. His first signs of accidental magic at age 3, making his hair grow back overnight after Aunt Petunia had cut it too short. The time at age 5 when he had made himself disappear from Dudley's gang by somehow willing himself onto the school roof. Conversations with adults who spoke in hushed tones about his potential, his power, his dangerous resemblance to his father. But clearest of all were his recovered memories of Dumbledore's visits to Privet Drive, the old wizard arriving late at night when the Dursleys thought Harry was asleep, letting himself into the house with magic and making his way to Harry's cupboard. The feeling of those pale blue eyes boring into Harry's mind, sorting through his thoughts and memories like files in a cabinet, keeping some and discarding others according to some grand design only Dumbledore understood. The most disturbing memory was from just 6 months ago. Dumbledore had seemed agitated during that visit, muttering about timelines and prophecies and the necessity of suffering. Harry remembered the old wizard's exact words now that the memory charm could no longer cloud them. "The boy must be kept weak," Dumbledore had whispered to himself as he reinforced the spells binding Harry's magic. "He must never realize his true potential until the moment comes for him to sacrifice himself willingly. The prophecy demands it, and the greater good requires it. A few more years of suffering will ensure he welcomes death as a release when the time comes." Harry's eyes snapped open as the memory crystallized with perfect clarity, his green gaze meeting Ragnok's concerned expression. The goblin had felt the shift in Harry's magical signature as the boy's natural power finally broke free from its artificial constraints. "You remember now," Ragnok said quietly. "All of it." Harry nodded, surprised to find that the rage he expected to feel was tempered by something else. Relief, perhaps, at finally understanding the shape of the trap that had been built around him. Or maybe gratitude that he had escaped before it could be sprung. "He wanted me to die," Harry said, his voice steady despite the enormity of what he was revealing. "Not just die, but want to die. He's been making my life horrible so that when the time came, I would see death as a mercy rather than a loss." The goblin's dark eyes flashed with something dangerous. "And now I want to live," Harry replied with quiet conviction. "I want to learn who I really am when someone isn't trying to control every thought in my head. I want to understand what my parents really wanted for me, not what Dumbledore decided I needed to believe they wanted." Ragnok stepped back and gestured for Harry to stand. The boy rose from the bed with fluid grace, immediately noticing how different his body felt now that his magic was flowing unimpeded. He felt lighter but also more substantial, as if he had been a shadow of himself for 8 years and was only now becoming real. "Walk to the mirror," Ragnok instructed, pointing to a polished metal surface set into the far wall. Harry crossed the room, marveling at how each step seemed to cover more ground than it should. When he reached the mirror, he gasped at his reflection. The thin, malnourished boy he had always seen looking back at him was gone, replaced by someone who actually looked like he might grow up to resemble the father in his treasured photograph. His shoulders had broadened slightly, and the sharp angles of chronic hunger had filled out into the lean strength of someone whose body was finally getting what it needed to develop properly. His messy black hair seemed less chaotic and more artfully tousled, and his green eyes blazed with an inner light that had never been there before. But the most dramatic change was in his bearing. Where once he had held himself with the defensive hunch of someone expecting a blow, now he stood straight and tall, with the unconscious confidence of someone who knew his own worth. "This is who you really are," Ragnok said, moving to stand beside him at the mirror. "Not the broken boy Dumbledore wanted you to remain, but the son of James and Lily Potter, heir to ancient magic and older wisdom than the old fool ever possessed." Harry studied his reflection for a long moment, trying to reconcile this new version of himself with the scared, desperate child who had collapsed on Gringotts' doorstep just days ago. He looked like someone who could make a difference in the world, someone who might actually be capable of the great things adults had always whispered about when they thought he wasn't listening. "What happens now?" Harry asked, turning away from the mirror to face his goblin protector. "Now," Ragnok replied with a sharp smile, "we begin your real education. The wizarding world thinks they know Harry Potter, but they have never met the real you. It's time to change that." The goblin led Harry out of the healing chambers for the first time since his arrival, guiding him through corridors carved from living rock and lit by more of the crystal formations that seemed to pulse with their own inner life. Other goblins stopped their work to watch them pass, their intelligent eyes assessing Harry with the calculating attention of a people who had learned to judge worth by actions rather than reputation. Harry found their scrutiny oddly comforting. Unlike the stares he had endured in the human world, the goblins weren't looking at him with pity, fear, or the expectation that he would fulfill some predetermined role. They were simply evaluating him, as they would any newcomer to their domain, waiting to see what he would prove himself to be through his choices and behavior. The corridor opened into a vast chamber that took Harry's breath away. The space was enormous, easily large enough to hold a cathedral, with a ceiling that disappeared into shadows high above. But what made Harry's magic sing in recognition were the dozens of goblins working throughout the chamber, each one engaged in some form of craftsmanship that radiated power and purpose. At one end of the chamber, smiths worked metal that glowed with inner fire, shaping it with tools that seemed to respond to their thoughts as much as their hands. Near the center, gem cutters worked with stones that pulsed with captured starlight, each facet they created releasing tiny sparkles of bottled magic. Along the walls, enchanters wove spells into tapestries that showed moving scenes of goblin history, their battles and triumphs preserved in threads that would last for millennia. "This is the Hall of Making," Ragnok explained, his voice carrying the pride of someone showing off his people's greatest achievement. "Everything you see here is created by goblin hands, using goblin magic. We make things that last, Harry Potter. We build for the ages, not for the convenience of a single generation." Harry walked slowly through the chamber, drawn by the rhythm of creation that seemed to pulse through the very air. He paused beside a young goblin who appeared to be close to his own age, watching as she carefully carved runes into a piece of what looked like crystallized moonlight. The young goblin looked up from her work, fixing Harry with the same assessing gaze he had encountered throughout Gringotts. Her dark eyes were sharp with intelligence and curiosity, but not unfriendly. "You're the Potter boy," she said without preamble. "I'm Grenda Ironforge, apprentice gem cutter and rune carver. Master Ragnok says you're going to be staying with us for a while." Harry nodded, unsure of the proper protocol for speaking with goblin children. The social rules he had learned in the human world clearly didn't apply here. where even the youngest inhabitants seemed to carry themselves with the dignity of adults. "I hope that's acceptable," Harry replied carefully. "I don't want to be a burden." Grenda's expression shifted to something that might have been amusement. "Burden. You think like a human, all worried about taking up space and using resources. Goblins don't keep burdens, Potter. If you're here, it's because you serve a purpose, or because you've earned the right to be here. Which is it?" The directness of the question caught Harry off guard, but he found he appreciated it. After 8 years of trying to decipher the hidden meanings behind Dursley cruelty and Dumbledore manipulation, Grenda's straightforward approach was refreshing. "I don't know yet," Harry admitted. "I'm hoping to earn the right to be here by learning and contributing something useful." Grenda nodded approvingly. "Good answer. Learning is always valued among our people. What would you like to learn first?" Harry looked around the Hall of Making, taking in the incredible displays of skill and artistry surrounding him. Everything here spoke of permanence, of things built to last through centuries of change and challenge. It was the opposite of everything he had known in the human world, where people seemed to create things designed to break so they could be replaced with newer versions. "I want to learn how to make things that matter," Harry said finally. "Things that will still be here long after I'm gone, helping people I'll never meet." Grenda set down her carving tools and studied Harry with new attention. "Master Ragnarok," she called without taking her eyes off Harry. "I think this one might actually understand what we're about." Ragnarok approached, his weathered face showing satisfaction at the interaction he had just witnessed. "Grenda Ironforge is one of our most promising young crafters," he explained to Harry. "Her family has served as the keepers of our most ancient traditions for over 1,000 years. If she approves of you, it carries significant weight in our community." The young goblin's approval apparently extended beyond mere acceptance. Over the following hours, Grenda took it upon herself to serve as Harry's guide to goblin culture and customs, explaining the intricate social structures that governed their society, with the patience of someone who genuinely enjoyed teaching. Unlike humans, who organize themselves around accidents of birth and inherited wealth, goblins structured their society around demonstrated skill and earned honor. A goblin's status was determined by their ability to create things of lasting value and their willingness to defend their community when threatened. Age was respected for the wisdom it brought, but youth was valued for the fresh perspectives it could offer. Most importantly, goblins had no concept of the arbitrary power structures that dominated the human world. There were no kings or lords among them, only craftsmen and warriors who had proven their worth through deed rather than bloodline. Even their leaders earned their positions through the respect of their peers rather than through political maneuvering or inherited authority. "It's a better way to live," Harry observed, as Grenda showed him examples of goblin metalwork that had remained sharp and beautiful for centuries without any maintenance. "It's our way," Grenda replied with simple pride. "We believe that if something is worth doing, it's worth doing so well that your great-grandchildren will still benefit from your work." That philosophy extended to every aspect of goblin society, from their approach to education to their methods of conflict resolution. Children were taught skills from an early age, but they were also encouraged to find their own paths and develop their unique talents. Disputes were settled through formal challenges or mediated discussions, but never through the kind of petty cruelties that Harry had witnessed among humans. As the days passed, Harry found himself settling into the rhythm of goblin life with an ease that surprised him. He woke each morning eager to learn something new, whether it was the basics of metalworking from Master Smith Gringotts or the ancient goblin language of gobbledygook from Elder Ragash. Every skill he acquired felt like another step away from the helpless child Dumbledore had tried to keep him as and toward the person he was meant to become. The goblins, for their part, seemed genuinely pleased with his progress. Harry approached each lesson with the focused intensity of someone who had never been allowed to learn anything properly before, and his natural intelligence, no longer suppressed by magical constraints, allowed him to master concepts with remarkable speed. But it was his attitude that truly won over his goblin teachers. Harry didn't just want to learn techniques, he wanted to understand the philosophy behind them. He asked questions about why certain methods were preferred over others, how different approaches reflected goblin values, and what lessons from the past could be applied to current challenges. "You think like one of us," Master Gringott observed one afternoon, as Harry successfully forged his first piece of goblin steel, a simple knife that gleamed with inner fire. "You understand that true strength comes from knowledge and skill, not from trying to dominate others." Harry hefted the knife, marveling at how perfectly balanced it felt in his hand. The blade seemed to hum with contained energy, as if it were eager to fulfill whatever purpose he might set for it. More than that, though, he could feel the connection between the weapon and its maker, a sense that this knife would serve him faithfully, because he had poured his own effort and intention into its creation. "This is mine, in a way that nothing else has ever been," Harry said, understanding flooding through him. "Not because someone gave it to me, or because I inherited it, but because I made it with my own hands and skill." Master Gringott's scarred face creased into a grin that showed sharp teeth. "Now you begin to understand what it means to be truly free, young Potter. When you can create what you need, rather than depend on others to provide it, no one can control you through withholding resources or threatening to take away what you value." The lesson went far beyond metalworking. Harry was learning to be self-sufficient in ways that the Dursleys' chores had never taught him. Every skill he acquired made him less dependent on the goodwill of others and more capable of shaping his own destiny. It was the opposite of everything Dumbledore's manipulations had been designed to achieve. As his third week in Gringotts drew to a close, Harry found himself in the Hall of Making, working on a more ambitious project under Master Gringott's supervision. He was attempting to forge a sword, not because he expected to need such a weapon, but because the process would teach him patience, precision, and the importance of seeing a difficult task through to completion. The work was challenging in ways that went beyond the physical demands of shaping hot metal. Creating a blade that would hold its edge for centuries required not just technical skill, but also a deep understanding of how different metals interacted with magical forces. Harry had to learn to feel the rhythm of the forge, to sense when the steel was ready for the next stage of the process, to trust his instincts as much as his training. "You're getting better at listening to the metal," Master Gringott observed, as Harry carefully adjusted the temperature of his forge fire. "Most humans try to force the steel to do what they want. Goblins learn to work with it, to understand what it needs to become its best self." Harry paused in his hammering, considering the broader implications of that statement. Is that why human-made weapons break so easily? Because they're fighting against their own nature instead of working with it? "Exactly," the Master Smith confirmed. "And it's not just metalwork. Humans approach everything that way, from magic to relationships to governance. They try to impose their will through force rather than finding harmony with natural principles." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Ragnok, who had been conspicuously absent from the hall for the past several days. The healer looked pleased, but also somewhat grave, as if he carried news that was both good and troubling. "Harry," Ragnok called, approaching the forge where the boy was working. "I need to speak with you about your situation. There have been developments in the outside world that you should know about." Harry set down his hammer and followed Ragnok to a quieter corner of the hall, his heart sinking slightly at the goblin's serious expression. He had been so absorbed in learning and growing that he had almost forgotten about the larger conflict brewing between the goblins and the wizarding world's supposed leader of the light. "Albus Dumbledore has been asking questions," Ragnok began without preamble. "He's contacted several ministry departments, inquiring about reports of Harry Potter being seen in Diagon Alley. So far, our allies in the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures have been able to deflect his inquiries, but his persistence suggests he knows you're no longer at Privet Drive." Harry felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of Dumbledore's attention turning toward Gringotts. but it was quickly replaced by a different feeling, something that might have been anticipation. 3 weeks ago, the idea of facing the old wizard would have filled him with terror. Now, armed with knowledge and backed by goblin justice, the prospect felt more like an overdue reckoning. "What does he want?" Harry asked. "What he has always wanted," Ragnok replied grimly. "Control over your life and death. But he's going to discover that his reach doesn't extend as far into our domain as he might have assumed. Goblin sovereignty is not subject to wizard law, and our protection extends to all who claim sanctuary within these walls." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of his goblin-forged knife against his belt like a reminder of how much he had changed since arriving at Gringotts. He wasn't the same frightened, powerless child who had collapsed at these doors. The goblins had given him something infinitely more valuable than safety. They had given him the tools and knowledge to stand on his own, to make his own choices based on his own values rather than someone else's manipulation. "When he comes for me, and we both know he will, I'll be ready," Harry said with quiet confidence. "Not because I want to fight him, but because I finally understand who I really am when someone isn't trying to control me." Ragnok's expression shifted to something like pride. "And who is that? Harry Potter?" Harry looked around the Hall of Making, taking in the goblins who had become his teachers and friends, the incredible works of art and craftsmanship that surrounded him, the sense of belonging he had never experienced in the human world. "I'm someone who believes in creating things that last," he said finally. "Someone who thinks justice matters more than convenience, and truth matters more than comfort. Someone who would rather die fighting for what's right than live as a puppet, dancing to someone else's tune." Ragnok smiled, and for the first time since Harry had known him, the expression was purely warm, without any edge of calculation or concern. "Then you are ready to meet whatever comes next, young Potter. And when the wizarding world finally sees who you have become, they're going to realize that their leader of the light made one critical error in his grand design." "What's that?" Harry asked. He forgot that the strongest steel is forged in the hottest fire, and that sometimes the people you try to break become unbreakable instead. The war room beneath Gringotts had been carved from a single massive geode, its crystalline walls naturally amplifying sound and magical energy in ways that made every whispered conversation feel significant. Director Ragnok stood at the center of the circular chamber, surrounded by the most senior goblins in the bank's hierarchy, their weathered faces grim with purpose as they reviewed the mountain of evidence spread across the obsidian table before them. Harry Potter sat quietly in a chair, sized for someone much larger, his legs swinging slightly as he absorbed the gravity of what was unfolding around him. 3 weeks of goblin education had taught him to listen more than he spoke, to observe carefully before drawing conclusions, and to respect the methodical way his protectors approached every challenge. The evidence was damning in its scope and precision. Account ledgers showing unauthorized withdrawals from the Potter family vaults, stretching back nearly 8 years. Forged guardianship documents, bearing seals that magical analysis had revealed to be sophisticated fakes. Intercepted correspondence that should have reached Harry, but had instead been diverted to a private vault, registered under one of Dumbledore's many aliases. But most disturbing of all were the medical records that healer Ragnok had compiled during his treatment of Harry's magical injuries. The dark spells woven into the boy's very essence were documented with the kind of forensic detail that would satisfy even the most skeptical magical court, complete with magical signature analysis that definitively identified their caster. Master Goldgrip, the bank's chief legal advisor, looked up from a particularly thick folder of documents with an expression of barely contained outrage. "In 40 years of handling wizard legal affairs, I have never seen a case of systematic abuse with this level of premeditation and sophistication," he announced to the assembled goblins. "What has been done to young Potter represents not just individual crimes, but a fundamental assault on the principles that govern magical society." Harry shifted uncomfortably at being discussed as if he weren't present. But he understood the goblins' need to approach this methodically. They weren't just seeking justice for one abused child. They were building a case that would expose corruption at the very heart of the wizarding world's power structure. Director Ragnarok gestured to a section of the wall where someone had created a detailed timeline of Harry's life, marked with key events and their corresponding evidence. Every birthday missed, every letter intercepted, every unauthorized withdrawal from his accounts, every magical manipulation detected in his system. The pattern that emerged was one of careful, long-term planning designed to keep Harry isolated, ignorant, and completely dependent on his supposed protector. The financial crimes alone are sufficient to warrant formal charges, Master Goldgrip continued, his sharp fingers tapping against the obsidian surface. Over the past 8 years, approximately 200,000 galleons have been withdrawn from the Potter accounts without proper authorization. The money was funneled through a network of shell accounts and false charities, ultimately ending up in several personal vaults registered to Albus Dumbledore and his known associates. A younger goblin named Sharpax leaned forward, his dark eyes glittering with professional interest. "The magical crimes are even more serious," he added. "The spells detected on young Potter required sustained access over a period of years, plus intimate knowledge of his magical signature and family inheritance patterns. This wasn't opportunistic abuse. This was systematic preparation for some larger purpose." Harry found his voice, speaking for the first time since the meeting began. "What kind of larger purpose?" he asked quietly. The goblins exchanged glances, clearly debating how much to reveal to someone who, despite his rapid maturity over the past weeks, was still only 8 years old. Director Ragnarok made the decision for them, his weathered face softening slightly as he addressed Harry directly. "We believe Dumbledore has been preparing you to serve as a sacrifice in some future conflict," the director said, with characteristic goblin directness. "The magical dampeners kept you weak so you couldn't defend yourself effectively. The memory charms kept you ignorant of your true capabilities and heritage, so you wouldn't understand what you were giving up. The compulsion spells ensured you would trust him implicitly when the time came to ask for your life." The words hung in the crystalline air like poison, their implications too enormous for Harry to fully process. He had suspected something like this after recovering his suppressed memories, but hearing it stated so boldly by people whose judgment he had learned to trust made it feel terrifyingly real. "But why me specifically?" Harry asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. There must be other powerful wizards he could manipulate if he needed a sacrifice for something. Master Goldgrip pulled out another folder, this one containing what appeared to be very old parchments covered in elaborate magical seals. "The answer lies in something called a prophecy," he explained. "Our intelligence network has discovered references to a specific prediction made about you shortly before your birth. The exact wording is heavily classified, but it appears to designate you as the only person capable of defeating the Dark Lord Voldemort permanently." Harry's hands clenched in his lap as the pieces of Dumbledore's grand design finally clicked into place. The old wizard wasn't just planning to sacrifice him for the greater good. He was ensuring that Harry would willingly embrace that sacrifice when the time came. 8 years of carefully orchestrated suffering designed to make death seem like a relief rather than a loss. "So he's been making my life terrible so I wouldn't mind dying when he needed me to," Harry said, with a clarity that surprised even himself. "And he's been stealing my money to fund whatever war he's planning to fight, using my death." The goblins nodded grimly. It was a masterpiece of long-term manipulation, made even more insidious by the fact that Dumbledore genuinely seemed to believe he was serving the greater good. In the old wizard's mind, Harry's suffering was a necessary sacrifice for the eventual salvation of magical Britain. But Dumbledore had made one critical miscalculation. He had underestimated the goblin commitment to justice and their complete immunity to his particular brand of manipulative charm. Goblins had been dealing with wizard arrogance and self-righteousness for centuries, and they had developed both the legal framework and the practical skills necessary to hold even the most powerful wizards accountable for their actions. "What's our next step?" Harry asked, unconsciously using the plural pronoun that indicated how completely he had come to identify with his goblin protectors. Director Ragnarok smiled at the boy's instinctive assumption that he would be part of whatever action they took. "We have 3 primary objectives," he explained. "First, we must secure legal recognition of your emancipation from Dumbledore's illegal guardianship and establish your right to control your own affairs. Second, we must present our evidence to the appropriate magical authorities in a way that cannot be ignored or suppressed. Third, we must ensure your physical safety while this process unfolds, because Dumbledore will not surrender his control over you without a fight." The first objective was already well underway. Master Goldgrip had been working with Goblin legal experts and their few allies in the Ministry of Magic to prepare the necessary paperwork for Harry's emancipation. Under wizarding law, a child who had been subjected to systematic abuse and magical manipulation could petition for legal independence, especially when they possessed the financial resources to support themselves. The evidence of abuse was overwhelming and well documented. The financial resources were certainly not in question, given that Harry was heir to one of the wealthiest families in magical Britain. The only potential obstacle was political, and that was where the Goblin's careful planning would prove its worth. Sharpax had spent the past week reaching out to contacts throughout the magical world, quietly building a coalition of individuals and organizations who had their own reasons for questioning Dumbledore's methods and motives. The list was longer than Harry might have expected, including several prominent families who had lost members in the war against Voldemort, ministry officials who had been marginalized for asking inconvenient questions, and even some members of the Order of the Phoenix who had grown uncomfortable with their leaders' increasingly authoritarian tendencies. The beauty of their approach was that it didn't require anyone to publicly oppose Dumbledore initially. All they needed was enough people to demand a fair hearing and transparent investigation. Once the evidence was presented in an official forum, it would speak for itself. But the third objective, ensuring Harry's safety, was proving more challenging than the legal and political aspects of their campaign. Dumbledore's network of allies and informants was extensive, and his willingness to use dark magic when he deemed it necessary had already been demonstrated beyond any doubt. The old wizard would not simply accept the loss of his carefully crafted weapon, especially not with a larger conflict against Voldemort likely approaching. "We've been monitoring magical communications throughout Britain," Sharpax reported during one of their planning sessions. "Dumbledore has been increasingly agitated over the past week. He's reached out to several of his most trusted allies, asking them to investigate reports of Harry Potter being seen in magical locations. So far, our disinformation campaign has been successful in sending him chasing false leads, but he's methodical and persistent. Eventually, he'll find his way here." Director Ragnarok nodded thoughtfully. "When he does, we'll be ready for him. Gringotts has never fallen to a wizard attack, no matter how powerful the wizard might be. Our defenses have been tested by everyone, from Grindelwald to the Lestrange family, and they have never been breached." Harry appreciated the confidence, but he also understood that a direct confrontation with Dumbledore would be incredibly dangerous for everyone involved. The old wizard commanded enormous respect and loyalty throughout the magical world, and he had decades of experience in magical combat that the goblins, for all their skill and preparation, might not be able to match. More troubling was the possibility that Dumbledore might not attack Gringotts directly. He was far too clever for such a crude approach. Instead, he would likely try to isolate Harry from his goblin protectors through legal maneuvers, political pressure, or some combination of manipulation and coercion that played to his strengths as a master strategist. The old wizard's first attempt came sooner than anyone had expected. Harry was working in the Hall of Making, practicing the delicate art of enchanting gemstones under Grenda Ironforge's patient instruction when alarms began ringing throughout the goblin stronghold. The sound was unlike anything he had ever heard, a deep, resonant chiming that seemed to come from the very stones of the mountain itself. Within moments, Director Ragnarok appeared at Harry's side, his weathered face tense with urgency. "Come with me immediately," he commanded. "We have visitors, and they've brought official documentation that we cannot simply ignore." Harry followed the director through corridors that were suddenly filled with armed goblins, moving with military precision. Every goblin they passed was equipped for battle, carrying weapons that gleamed with embedded enchantments and wearing armor that looked like it had been forged from starlight and shadow. The main lobby of Gringotts had been transformed into something resembling a formal courtroom, with additional seating conjured for the unexpected crowd of officials who had accompanied their primary visitor. At the center of it all stood Albus Dumbledore, looking every inch the powerful wizard he was reputed to be, flanked by representatives from multiple ministry departments and wearing an expression of grandfatherly concern that didn't quite reach his pale blue eyes. Harry felt a chill run down his spine as those eyes locked onto his, and for just a moment he experienced an echo of the old compulsions that had once made him trust this man implicitly. But the magical chains that had bound his mind were gone now, broken by goblin healing and his own growing understanding of what had been done to him. Instead of the warm feeling of safety and trust that Dumbledore's presence had once inspired, Harry felt only a cold recognition of the predator who had spent 8 years preparing him for slaughter. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said in his familiar, kindly voice. "My dear boy, I have been so worried about you. When you disappeared from your relative's home, I feared the worst. Thank goodness the goblins found you and kept you safe." The words were perfectly chosen to establish Dumbledore as the concerned guardian, and the goblins as temporary caretakers who had done their duty by protecting Harry until his proper guardian could reclaim him. It was exactly the kind of reasonable-sounding narrative that had allowed Dumbledore to maintain control over Harry for so long. But Director Ragnarok was ready for this approach. "Professor Dumbledore," the goblin leader said, with formal courtesy that carried an unmistakable edge. "How good of you to finally show concern for young Potter's welfare. We have been documenting the extensive evidence of abuse and neglect he suffered under your guardianship for the past 8 years. Perhaps you would care to explain why a child in your care arrived at our doors suffering from malnutrition, chronic injuries, and systematic magical manipulation." The accusation hung in the air like a thrown gauntlet. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry caught a flicker of something dangerous in those pale eyes before the old wizard resumed his mask of benevolent concern. "I'm afraid there has been some misunderstanding," Dumbledore replied smoothly. "Harry was placed with his relatives for his own protection under the supervision of the Ministry's Child Welfare Department. If there were any issues with his care, they would have been addressed through proper channels." One of the ministry officials, a nervous-looking wizard with thinning hair and ink-stained robes, stepped forward with an apologetic expression. "Director Ragnarok, while we appreciate your concern for the boy's welfare, the fact remains that Professor Dumbledore holds legal guardianship over Harry Potter. The ministry has reviewed the documentation, and everything appears to be in proper order." Harry felt his heart sink as he realized the scope of Dumbledore's preparation. Of course, the old wizard would have ensured that all the legal documentation supported his position. He had probably been forging and manipulating official records for as long as he had been abusing Harry's mind and magic. But Master Goldgrip had been expecting this exact argument. The goblin legal advisor stepped forward, carrying a folder that seemed to radiate official importance. "With respect to the ministry's position," he said formally, "we contest the validity of Professor Dumbledore's guardianship on several grounds. First, the original placement of Harry Potter with the Dursley family was made without proper consultation with the boy's magical guardians, as required by wizarding law. Second, the guardianship documentation has been repeatedly altered using magical means, which we can demonstrate through forensic analysis. Third, and most importantly, the guardian has systematically violated his duty of care through actions that constitute both criminal abuse and magical assault." Master Goldgrip opened his folder and began extracting documents with the practiced efficiency of someone who had spent decades building legal cases against powerful opponents. Medical records showing the extent of Harry's physical and magical injuries, financial records proving unauthorized access to Potter family accounts, magical analysis reports identifying the specific spells that had been used to manipulate Harry's development. But the most damaging evidence was a collection of memory extracts that had been carefully preserved using Goblin techniques. These were Harry's own recovered memories of Dumbledore's secret visits to Privet Drive, complete with the old wizard's own words about keeping the boy weak and compliant until the time came for his sacrifice. The ministry officials shifted uncomfortably as the evidence mounted, clearly recognizing that they were dealing with something far more serious than a simple custody dispute. Even Dumbledore's expression grew more guarded as he realized that his carefully constructed narrative was being systematically dismantled by people who had been planning for this confrontation much longer than he had anticipated. "These are very serious allegations," one of the officials said uncertainly. "If even half of this evidence is authentic, we're looking at criminal charges that would require a full Wizengamot investigation." Dumbledore finally abandoned his grandfatherly demeanor, his voice taking on the steel that had made him feared by dark wizards across 2 continents. "I must protest this character assassination," he said coldly. "Harry Potter is my responsibility, and I have made difficult decisions in service of his protection and the greater good of our entire community. If mistakes were made, they were made with the best of intentions, and in the face of extraordinary circumstances." Harry found himself standing, his young voice cutting through the formal proceedings with startling clarity. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, addressing the old wizard directly for the first time. "I remember now. I remember everything you did to me, everything you said when you thought I couldn't hear or wouldn't remember. You didn't make mistakes with good intentions. You deliberately hurt me to make me easier to control." The assembled officials turned to look at Harry with new attention, perhaps seeing him as an individual person rather than a prize to be claimed for the first time. The boy who stood before them bore little resemblance to the broken, frightened child that Dumbledore's narrative required him to be. Instead, they saw someone who spoke with quiet confidence, whose green eyes blazed with intelligence and determination, whose very presence seemed to radiate the kind of inner strength that came from finally understanding his own worth. This was not a victim who needed to be rescued, but a young person who had already begun the process of rescuing himself. "You remember incorrectly, my dear boy," Dumbledore said, his voice regaining some of its familiar warmth. "The trauma you've experienced has clearly affected your recollection of events. With proper care and healing, I'm sure these confused memories will fade, and you'll understand that everything I've done has been for your benefit. It was exactly the wrong thing to say in front of an audience that was already questioning his methods. The implication that Harry's testimony should be dismissed as trauma-induced delusion, combined with the suggestion that more memory modification might be necessary, confirmed every suspicion that the goblins had been carefully cultivating. Director Ragnok seized the opportunity with the precision of a master strategist. "Professor Dumbledore," he said formally, "are you suggesting that young Potter's memories of your actions are inaccurate and require further magical intervention to correct?" The trap was beautifully laid. If Dumbledore denied using memory magic, he would be contradicting evidence that could be independently verified. If he admitted to it, he would be confessing to one of the most serious crimes in magical law. And if he suggested that more memory modification might be beneficial, he would be demonstrating exactly the kind of arrogant disregard for individual autonomy that made him dangerous. Dumbledore's pale eyes flickered as he recognized the tactical situation he had walked into. For perhaps the first time in decades, he found himself in a position where his usual combination of political influence and moral authority was insufficient to achieve his objectives. "I think," he said carefully, "that this discussion would be better served by a formal hearing, where all parties can present their evidence in an appropriate legal forum. The Ministry's Child Welfare Department will, of course, want to conduct their own investigation into these allegations. It was a strategic withdrawal disguised as a reasonable compromise, but Director Ragnok was not about to let his opponent escape so easily. An excellent suggestion, Professor, the Goblin leader agreed smoothly. However, until such a hearing can be arranged, young Potter will remain under Goblin protection as guaranteed by our ancient treaty rights. I'm sure you understand that we cannot return him to a situation where his safety might be compromised while these serious allegations are being investigated. The standoff was complete. Dumbledore could not remove Harry from Gringotts without violating Goblin sovereignty, which would create a diplomatic crisis he couldn't afford. But he also couldn't allow the investigation to proceed without risking exposure of not just his treatment of Harry, but potentially his entire network of manipulations and deceptions throughout the magical world. As the old wizard and his ministry escorts departed with promises to schedule a formal hearing as quickly as possible, Harry felt a mixture of relief and apprehension. They had won this round, but the war was far from over. Dumbledore would not give up easily, and he had resources and allies that the goblins couldn't match in a prolonged political struggle. But for now, Harry was safe, and the truth was finally beginning to emerge from the shadows where it had been hidden for so long. The wizarding world was about to learn that their revered leader of the light had been willing to sacrifice a child's entire life for his vision of the greater good. And Harry Potter, no longer the broken victim that Dumbledore had tried to create, was ready to fight for the right to choose his own destiny. The ceremony of earned kinship was older than any written record in Gringotts' vast archives, its traditions stretching back to the first days when goblins had carved their great halls from the living rock beneath London. Harry Potter stood at the centre of the Hall of Ancestry, surrounded by hundreds of goblins whose weathered faces reflected the amber light of ancient crystals embedded in the vaulted ceiling high above. He wore robes that had been specially crafted for the occasion, deep green silk embroidered with silver thread in patterns that told the story of his journey from broken child to honorary clan member. The garment felt strange against his skin, formal and important in ways that his hand-me-down clothes from the Dursleys never could have been. But more than that, it felt earned through weeks of dedicated learning and genuine contribution to the Goblin community. Elder Stoneheart stood before the assembled crowd, her ancient voice carrying the weight of centuries as she spoke the ritual words in the original Goblin tongue. The language was harsh and beautiful simultaneously, like the sound of mountain winds carving new passages through solid stone. Harry had been studying gobbledygook intensively for the past month, and while he couldn't catch every nuance of the ceremonial dialect, he understood the essential meaning. The goblins were formally acknowledging him as family, not by blood or birth, but by choice and demonstrated worth. It was an honor that had been granted to fewer than a dozen humans in the entire history of their race, and never before to someone so young. Grenda Ironforge stepped forward from the crowd, carrying a ceremonial hammer that gleamed with embedded gems and ancient enchantments. As Harry's sponsor and first friend among the Goblin people, she had the privilege of speaking on his behalf during the ceremony. Harry James Potter, she declared in clear English, so that he could understand every word. You came to us broken and seeking sanctuary. In the weeks since your arrival, you have shown yourself worthy of the name Ironforge through dedication to learning our ways, respect for our traditions, and commitment to the values that define our people. Do you accept the responsibilities that come with belonging to our clan? Harry's voice was steady as he replied with the traditional words Master Goldgrip had taught him. I accept the responsibility to create things of lasting value, to defend those who cannot defend themselves, and to honor the bonds of kinship through deed rather than mere words. Elder Stoneheart raised her staff, its crystal tip blazing with silver light that seemed to resonate with something deep in Harry's magical core. Then let it be known throughout all the halls of our people that Harry Potter is now Harry Ironforge, adopted son of our clan and inheritor of our ancient wisdom. May his deeds bring honor to our name, and may our strength protect him in the battles yet to come." The assembled goblins struck their weapons against the stone floor in a rhythmic pattern that made the entire hall ring like a vast bell. The sound washed over Harry in waves, filling him with a sense of belonging he had never experienced before. These people had chosen him not for his fame or his supposed destiny, but for who he had proven himself to be through his own efforts and character. Master Smith Grindock approached carrying a leather-wrapped bundle that Harry recognized as containing the fruits of his own labor over the past weeks. The Goblin Master unwrapped the package to reveal the sword Harry had been working on, its blade now complete and gleaming with the inner fire that marked truly exceptional goblin metalwork. But more than just a sword, the weapon represented everything Harry had learned about patience, precision, and the satisfaction of creating something that would endure long after its maker was gone. Every fold in the steel had been hammered with his own hands, every rune carved with tools he had crafted himself, every enchantment woven through hours of careful concentration under the guidance of masters who demanded nothing less than his absolute best effort. "This blade bears the name Truthseeker," Master Grindock announced, as he presented the sword to Harry. "It will serve its wielder faithfully, as long as he remains true to the principles that guided its creation. May it never taste innocent blood, and may it always strike true against those who would harm the defenseless." Harry accepted the sword with both hands, feeling the perfect balance of the weapon and the way it seemed to hum with contained energy. The leather-wrapped hilt fit his grip exactly, shaped through careful observation of how his hands held practice weapons during his training sessions. This was his in the most complete sense possible, created by his own skill and bearing his own magical signature. But the ceremony was far from over. Elder Stoneheart gestured for silence, and the great hall fell quiet, except for the distant sound of water flowing through hidden channels carved into the mountain itself. "The adoption of a human into goblin kinship carries special obligations," she continued, her ancient eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that seemed to look straight through to his soul. "You must learn not just our crafts and our language, but our magic as well. The wandless arts that have sustained our people through centuries of conflict with wizard kind. Are you prepared to undertake this training, knowing that it will change you in ways that cannot be undone?" Harry felt a thrill of anticipation mixed with healthy respect for the power he was being offered. Goblin magic was fundamentally different from the wand-based wizardry taught at Hogwarts and other human institutions. It was older, more direct, and required a deep understanding of the natural forces that shaped the world rather than the artificial constructs that wizards had developed to make magic more convenient to use. "I am prepared," Harry replied formally. "I wish to learn the old ways and understand the magic that shapes stone and steel." Elder Stoneheart smiled, an expression that transformed her weathered features into something almost youthful. "Then let your education truly begin, Harry Ironforge. Master Rockbreaker will be your guide into the deepest mysteries of our art." Master Rockbreaker was ancient even by goblin standards, his skin weathered to the color and texture of granite, and his eyes holding depths that spoke of knowledge accumulated over centuries of study and practice. He stepped forward with the careful movements of someone whose body had been shaped by decades of channeling powerful magic through his very bones. "Come, young Ironforge," he said in a voice like distant thunder. "Your real education begins now." The training chambers Master Rockbreaker led him to were unlike anything Harry had seen in Gringotts, carved from rock so old it seemed to predate the mountain itself. The walls were covered with symbols that hurt to look at, directly, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when observed peripherally. The air itself felt thick with accumulated magical energy, as if centuries of practice and experimentation had saturated the very stone with power. "Forget everything you think you know about magic," Master Rockbreaker commanded, as he settled into a meditation posture on the bare stone floor. "Wizard magic is about imposing your will upon the world through artificial focuses and memorized incantations. Goblin magic is about understanding the world so completely that you can ask it to change itself, and having it agree because your request is in harmony with natural law. Harry sat across from the ancient goblin, trying to empty his mind of the preconceptions he had absorbed from years of listening to conversations about magic in the wizarding world. The concept Master Rockbreaker was describing seemed both more complex and more elegant than anything he had encountered before. "Place your hands flat against the stone," the master instructed. "Feel the weight of the mountain above us, the pressure of the earth below. Magic flows through everything, Harry Ironforge. But most beings never learn to feel it, because they're too busy trying to force it into shapes that serve their immediate desires." Harry pressed his palms against the cold stone, trying to sense whatever Master Rockbreaker wanted him to find. At first, there was nothing except the rough texture of carved rock and the slight vibration of distant machinery operating somewhere in the depths of the bank. But gradually, as he quieted his thoughts and focused his attention, he began to perceive something else. It started as a barely noticeable warmth, like sunlight filtering through deep water. Then it grew stronger, becoming a current that seemed to flow through the stone itself, connecting everything in the chamber to everything else in a vast network of energy that extended far beyond what his physical senses could detect. "I can feel it," Harry whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's like the mountain is alive." "All stone is alive," Master Rockbreaker confirmed with satisfaction. "All metal, all crystal, all growing things. Magic is not something we impose upon them from outside. It is the language they use to speak to each other, and to us, if we learn to listen properly." The lessons that followed were unlike anything Harry had imagined. Instead of memorizing spells and practicing wand movements, he learned to perceive the subtle flows of energy that connected all things. He discovered that every material had its own character and preferences, its own ways of wanting to be shaped and used. Metal preferred to be worked while hot, when its internal structure was fluid and adaptable. But it also retained memory of every hammer blow, every moment of stress, every intention of its creator. A blade forged with anger would always carry that anger, making it more likely to break when precision was required. A tool crafted with patience and respect would serve faithfully for generations. Stone was different, patient and enduring, but also stubborn in ways that required careful negotiation. It could be convinced to move or reshape itself, but only if the request was made properly and with full understanding of the consequences. Hasty or careless stone shaping led to catastrophic failures that could bring down entire structures. Crystal was the most complex of all, capable of storing and amplifying magical energy, but requiring perfect harmony between its natural resonance and the user's intentions. A crystal that was forced to hold incompatible magic would eventually shatter, often explosively, taking its user's magical abilities with it. Harry absorbed these lessons with the focused intensity of someone who had finally found the education he had always been seeking. Every day brought new insights into the fundamental nature of magic and his own relationship with the forces that shaped the world around him. The artificial constraints that Dumbledore had placed on his development became more obvious as his natural abilities began to emerge. Under Master Rockbreaker's guidance, he learned to shape stone with his bare hands, coaxing it into new forms through patient communication rather than brute force. He discovered that he could sense the internal structure of metals and gems, understanding their strengths and flaws as clearly as if they had been mapped for him. Most remarkably, he found that his magical core, freed from Dumbledore's dampening spells, was naturally attuned to the ancient techniques that goblins had been perfecting for millennia. "Your power is considerable," Master Rockbreaker observed during one of their sessions, watching as Harry successfully shaped a piece of raw granite into a perfect sphere, using nothing but focused intention and gentle magical persuasion. "But more important than raw strength is your instinctive understanding of harmony and balance. You do not try to force the magic to serve you. You work with it, as a partner rather than a tool. Harry looked up from the stone sphere, which was still warm from the magical energy that had reshaped it. "Is that unusual?" he asked. Master Rockbreaker's laugh was like boulders tumbling down a mountainside. "Most wizards your age can barely light a candle without setting their robes on fire. You have just performed stone shaping that would challenge a goblin warrior with decades of training. Yes, young Ironforge, it is somewhat unusual." The training continued for weeks, each session building on the last as Harry's understanding of goblin magic deepened and expanded. He learned to work with metal, not just as a smith, but as a magical practitioner, coaxing properties into weapons and tools that went far beyond what conventional forging could achieve. His sword Truthseeker was reforged several times as his skills improved, each iteration becoming sharper, stronger, and more perfectly attuned to his magical signature. But perhaps the most important lesson was learning to defend himself using the old ways. Goblin combat magic was designed for warriors who could not rely on wands or elaborate spell components, practitioners who needed to be able to fight effectively, even when disarmed or surrounded. It emphasized speed, efficiency, and the kind of brutal directness that had allowed goblin forces to hold their own against wizard armies throughout history. Magic flows fastest through the paths of least resistance, Master Rockbreaker explained during one of Harry's combat training sessions. A wizard casting a spell must channel power through his wand, speak incantations, perform precise movements. Each step adds delay and creates opportunities for his magic to be disrupted. Goblin magic follows the direct path from intention to result. Harry practiced the techniques until they became second nature, learning to shield himself with barriers of hardened air, to strike at opponents with focused bursts of kinetic force, to move with speed that made him nearly impossible to target. The abilities felt natural to him in ways that traditional wizard magic never had, as if he were finally using tools that had been designed for his hands. His progress amazed even his goblin teachers. Master Rockbreaker began inviting other goblin warriors to observe Harry's training sessions, partly to help with his education, but mostly because the ancient goblin took obvious pride in showing off his remarkable student. Grenda Ironforge was a frequent visitor to the training chambers, ostensibly to continue Harry's education in goblin customs and language, but really because she enjoyed watching him work. The friendship that had begun during his first days in Gringotts had deepened into something that felt like the sibling relationship Harry had never had with Dudley Dursley. "You fight like a goblin," she observed one afternoon, as Harry successfully defended himself against 3 practice opponents simultaneously. Not just the techniques, but the mindset. You understand that honor comes from protecting others, not from defeating enemies. Harry paused in his exercises, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "The Dursleys taught me what it felt like to be defenseless," he said quietly. "I never want anyone else to feel that way, if I can prevent it." That attitude, more than his impressive magical abilities, was what truly won over the goblin community. Harry didn't seek power for its own sake, or glory for his achievements. He trained hard and learned eagerly because he wanted to be capable of protecting the people he had come to love, the family that had chosen him when his birth family had been murdered, and his supposed guardians had betrayed him. The transformation was remarkable even by goblin standards. The thin, frightened child who had collapsed at Gringotts' entrance 4 months earlier had been replaced by someone who moved with quiet confidence and spoke with the assurance of someone who knew his own worth. Harry's magical abilities had grown exponentially as the artificial constraints were removed, but more importantly, his character had been shaped by goblin values of honor, craftsmanship, and earned respect. Director Ragnarok observed these changes with satisfaction, recognizing that their gamble in taking Harry under goblin protection had succeeded beyond their wildest expectations. The boy was becoming exactly the kind of person who could bridge the gap between goblin and wizard societies, someone who understood both worlds and could work to heal the centuries of mistrust and conflict that had poisoned their relationship. But their success had not gone unnoticed in the wider wizarding world. Dumbledore's attempts to reclaim custody of Harry had been stalled by Goblin legal maneuvering and the mounting evidence of systematic abuse. But the old wizard was far too clever to simply give up. Reports reached Gringotts of increased activity among Dumbledore's network of allies, subtle pressures being applied to ministry officials, and quiet conversations about the dangerous precedent of allowing non-humans to interfere in wizard family matters. The political battle was intensifying, and everyone involved understood that the peaceful resolution they had achieved so far was unlikely to last much longer. Dumbledore would eventually find a way to force a direct confrontation, and when that happened, Harry's new abilities and the Goblin's commitment to his protection would be tested in ways that training exercises could not fully prepare them for. But for now, in the ancient training chambers beneath Gringotts, Harry Ironforge continued his education in the old ways, growing stronger and wiser under the guidance of masters who had spent centuries perfecting their arts. Every skill he acquired, every technique he mastered, every insight he gained into the true nature of magic made him less like the helpless victim Dumbledore had tried to create, and more like the formidable adversary the old wizard was beginning to realize he had accidentally forged. The irony was perfect and terrible. In his efforts to keep Harry weak and controllable, Dumbledore had driven him straight into the hands of teachers who specialized in creating warriors capable of standing against overwhelming odds. The boy who was supposed to willingly sacrifice himself for the greater good was instead becoming someone who might actually survive the battles ahead. Someone who could choose his own destiny rather than accepting the fate others had planned for him. And in the depths of Gringotts, surrounded by friends who had become family and armed with knowledge that had been old when Hogwarts was first built, Harry Potter prepared for the confrontation that would determine not just his own future, but the shape of the entire wizarding world. The Potter family vault lay behind wards so ancient and complex that even the goblins spoke of them in hushed, respectful tones. For 5 months, Harry had known of its existence through the legal documents Master Goldgrip had shown him, but accessing it had required careful preparation and the kind of magical authentication that could not be rushed or forced. Now, standing before the massive bronze doors that bore the Potter coat of arms in relief, so detailed it seemed the stag might leap from the metal at any moment, Harry felt the weight of centuries pressing down upon him. This vault contained more than gold and treasure. It held the accumulated legacy of one of the oldest magical families in Britain, along with secrets that Albus Dumbledore had spent 8 years ensuring Harry would never discover. Master Goldgrip stood beside him, the goblin's weathered hands moving in complex patterns as he spoke the ritual words that would convince the ancient wards to recognize Harry's claim. The magical protections surrounding the vault were older than Gringotts itself, woven by Potter ancestors who had understood that knowledge was more valuable than gold and far more dangerous in the wrong hands. "The wards are responding to your magical signature," Master Goldgrip observed with satisfaction, as silver light began to emanate from the carved stag on the vault doors. "Your blood calls to the magic of your ancestors, young Ironforge. They are welcoming you home." Harry felt a strange tingling in his chest as the ancient magic recognized him, a sensation like coming in from the cold to find a fire burning brightly in the hearth. For the first time in his life, he was connecting with magic that had been specifically created to protect and nurture him, rather than control or diminish him. The bronze doors swung open silently, revealing a chamber that took Harry's breath away. The vault was enormous, easily the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, with a vaulted ceiling that disappeared into shadows high above. But it was not the scale that amazed him so much as the careful organization and obvious care that had gone into preserving everything within. Unlike the simple piles of gold coins he had expected based on his brief visit to a smaller Potter vault years ago with Hagrid, this repository was arranged like a combination library, museum, and armory. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, filled with books, scrolls, and artifacts that radiated magical significance. Display cases held items of obvious power and importance, each one carefully labeled and protected by its own individual wards. But dominating the center of the vault was a massive oak table, its surface covered with documents that appeared to have been left there recently, despite the vault being sealed for nearly 9 years. As Harry approached, he could see that someone had arranged the papers with obvious care, creating what looked like a comprehensive guide to the Potter family legacy intended specifically for him. "Your parents knew they were in danger," Master Goldgrip explained quietly, as Harry stared at the organized documents. "They spent the final months of their lives preparing this vault for you, ensuring that you would have everything you needed to understand your heritage and make informed choices about your future. They could not have known the specific nature of Dumbledore's betrayal, but they clearly suspected that official channels might not be reliable." Harry picked up the first document, immediately recognizing his father's bold handwriting across the top of what appeared to be a letter addressed to him personally. The parchment felt warm beneath his fingers, as if it had been infused with protective magic designed to comfort and strengthen whoever read it. "My dear son," the letter began, "if you are reading this, then Lily and I are gone, and you have finally gained access to your true inheritance. We pray that you are reading this as a young man ready to take his place in the world, but we fear that circumstances may have forced you to seek answers much earlier than we would have preferred." Harry's hands trembled slightly as he continued reading, absorbing his father's words with an intensity born of 8 years of wondering who his parents had really been, beyond the sanitized stories others had told him. "You are a Potter," James had written, "and that means more than simply being heir to wealth and property. Our family has served as guardians of ancient knowledge and defenders of those who cannot defend themselves for over 1,000 years. We have been scholars and warriors, inventors and protectors, and we have always chosen principle over convenience, truth over comfort." The letter went on to describe the Potter family's role in magical Britain's history, their contributions to spell crafting and magical theory, their long tradition of standing against dark wizards and corrupt officials regardless of the personal cost. It was a legacy of honor and service that bore no resemblance to the vague platitudes about his parents' sacrifice that Harry had heard from Dumbledore and others. But it was the final paragraphs of James's letter that struck Harry like a physical blow, revealing truths that explained so much about his current situation. "We have growing concerns about Albus Dumbledore's methods and his vision for the future of our world," James had written with obvious reluctance. "The man is undoubtedly brilliant and has accomplished great things in his fight against dark forces. But we have observed a troubling willingness to sacrifice individuals for what he perceives as the greater good. He has approached us several times about your future, suggesting that you may need to make great sacrifices when you come of age. We find his certainty about your destiny disturbing, and his casual dismissal of your right to choose your own path unacceptable." Harry sank into a chair that had been positioned beside the table, his legs suddenly too weak to support him, as the full implications of his father's words sank in. His parents hadn't just suspected that Dumbledore might betray him, they had actively opposed the old wizard's plans and taken steps to protect their son from manipulations they saw coming. "Should anything happen to us," the letter continued, "we have made arrangements for you to be raised by Sirius Black, your godfather, and one of the few people we trust completely with your welfare. Under no circumstances should you be placed with Petunia and her family. My relationship with Lily's sister has never recovered from her jealousy over Lily's magical abilities, and we fear she would take her resentment out on you." The cruel irony of it all washed over Harry like ice water. His parents had specifically chosen Sirius to raise him, had explicitly warned against placing him with the Dursleys, and had taken steps to protect him from Dumbledore's manipulations. Every aspect of his miserable childhood had been a direct violation of his parents' clearly expressed wishes. Master Goldgrip had been watching Harry's face as he read, recognizing the signs of someone whose understanding of their entire life was being fundamentally rewritten. The Goblin legal advisor had seen similar reactions from other clients who discovered unpleasant truths about their guardians, but rarely on such a scale or with such profound implications. "There is more," Master Goldgrip said gently. "Your mother left her own letters, and there are documents that detail your family's magical traditions and accumulated knowledge. But perhaps you should take some time to absorb what you have already learned before continuing." Harry looked up from his father's letter, his green eyes blazing with a mixture of grief and anger that reminded the Goblin strongly of James Potter during his own confrontations with injustice. "No," he said firmly. "I want to know everything. I've spent 8 years believing lies about my parents and my heritage. I won't spend another moment in ignorance if I can help it." Lily Potter's letters were written in the flowing script Harry remembered from the single photograph he treasured, but the content was far more detailed and personal than James's more formal documentation. She had written about her pregnancy, her hopes for Harry's future, and her growing understanding of the magical world she had joined by marrying James. But most importantly, she had written about the protective magic she was weaving around her son, spells that went far beyond the blood-ward sacrifice that had saved his life. "Magic responds to love more powerfully than to any other force," Lily had written in what appeared to be her final letter to Harry. "The protection I am placing on you is not just the ancient magic of willing sacrifice, though that will certainly be part of it. I am weaving together protections that will help you resist mental manipulation, that will ensure your magical core develops properly regardless of external interference, and that will allow you to recognize and connect with those who truly care about your welfare." Harry felt a strange tingling sensation as he read these words, as if something dormant in his magical core was finally awakening in response to his mother's long-delayed message. The protective spells she had described were still active, he realized, still working to shield him from the worst of Dumbledore's manipulations, even after all these years. But Lily's most important revelation came in a section dedicated to the family's magical traditions and accumulated knowledge. The Potters were not just another wealthy pureblood family, trading on ancient bloodlines and inherited privilege. They were active magical researchers and innovators, contributors to the advancement of magical knowledge who had earned their status through achievement rather than accident of birth. "Your father's family has been developing new approaches to defensive magic for centuries," Lily had explained in careful detail. "Their innovations in shield work and protective enchantments have saved countless lives, though they have never sought public recognition for their contributions. The Potter Grimoire contains spells and techniques that are taught nowhere else, knowledge that could make you one of the most capable defenders in our world if you choose to follow that path." The grimoire she referenced was prominently displayed on the central table, its leather binding worn smooth by generations of Potter hands. Harry approached it with something approaching reverence, understanding instinctively that he was about to connect with magical knowledge that represented centuries of careful development and refinement. When he opened the ancient book, the pages seemed to glow with inner light, responding to his magical signature with the same welcoming warmth he had felt from the vault's wards. The spells documented within were unlike anything he had encountered in his studies at Gringotts, combining Goblin principles of working with natural magical forces with uniquely human innovations in complex enchantment layering. Here were defensive spells that could turn an entire building into a fortress capable of withstanding siege from dark wizards, healing techniques that could repair damage that conventional magic considered permanent, detection charms that could see through the most sophisticated illusions and deceptions, and underlying it all, a philosophical approach to magic that emphasized protection of the innocent over punishment of the guilty, knowledge over power, and cooperation over domination. "This is incredible," Harry breathed, as he carefully turned pages that contained more magical innovation than most wizards encountered in a lifetime. Why isn't this knowledge more widely available? These spells could help so many people. Master Goldgrip's expression was knowing and slightly sad. "Your family has offered to share their discoveries many times over the centuries," he explained. "But the Ministry of Magic and most of the established magical institutions have little interest in innovations that come from private research rather than official channels. They prefer spells they can control and regulate to techniques that might make individual wizards too independent of centralized authority." The pattern was depressingly familiar to Harry, who had seen how the wizarding world's power structures operated during his months of Goblin education. Innovation and independence were discouraged in favor of conformity and dependence on established institutions. It was exactly the kind of system that would allow someone like Dumbledore to accumulate enormous influence while stifling anyone who might challenge his vision of how things should be done. But as Harry continued exploring the vault's contents, he discovered that his parents had been preparing for exactly this kind of systemic corruption. Hidden among the family documents were detailed records of Dumbledore's activities over the past several decades, compiled with the methodical thoroughness of people who understood they were documenting evidence of serious crimes. The records revealed a pattern of manipulation and control that extended far beyond Harry's situation. Dumbledore had been quietly influencing key decisions throughout the wizarding world for years, using his reputation and political connections to shape policies and appointments according to his personal vision of the greater good. Students who showed too much independence at Hogwarts found themselves facing unexpected obstacles. Ministry officials who asked inconvenient questions discovered that their careers had suddenly stalled. Researchers who developed innovations that challenged established practices learned that funding for their work had mysteriously dried up. "Your parents were not the only ones who had concerns about Dumbledore's methods," Master Goldgrip observed, as Harry absorbed the scope of the evidence his family had gathered. They were part of a larger network of people who believed that the wizarding world needed reform, and that concentrated power in the hands of any single individual was inherently dangerous. Harry looked up from the documents with new understanding. "That's why he had to eliminate them, isn't it?" he said quietly. "Not just because they stood in the way of his plans for me, but because they represented a threat to his entire system of control." The Goblin nodded gravely. The war against Voldemort provided convenient cover for eliminating opposition on both sides. "Dumbledore may not have directly betrayed your parents to the Dark Lord, but he certainly made decisions that increased their vulnerability, while ensuring that he would gain custody of you if they were killed." The calculated nature of it all made Harry feel sick. His parents hadn't just been casualties of war. They had been obstacles to Dumbledore's grand design, and their deaths had been convenient for the old wizard's plans, regardless of who actually cast the killing curse. But James and Lily Potter had anticipated this possibility as well. Hidden in a section of the vault protected by additional wards were documents that outlined contingency plans for exactly this scenario. Detailed instructions for how their magical knowledge should be preserved and transmitted. Legal documents establishing trust funds and educational provisions that bypassed official channels entirely. And most importantly, a network of contacts and allies who shared their concerns about the direction of wizarding society. Among these allies was a name that made Harry's heart race with hope and anger in equal measure. Sirius Black, his godfather. The man who was supposed to have raised him according to his parents' wishes, now rotting in Azkaban for crimes the evidence suggested he had never committed. The file on Sirius was extensive, documenting not just James's friendship with him, but also Lily's growing respect for someone she had initially dismissed as an immature troublemaker. The letters between his parents and his godfather revealed a man of considerable intelligence and fierce loyalty, someone who had been willing to risk everything to protect the people he cared about. But most importantly, the file contained evidence that Sirius Black had never been the Potter's secret keeper, despite official records claiming otherwise. The actual secret keeper had been Peter Pettigrew, a decision made at Sirius's own suggestion because he believed himself too obvious a target for Voldemort's attention. Harry stared at the documents that proved his godfather's innocence, his hands shaking with rage at the injustice that had kept them apart for so many years. Sirius had been imprisoned without trial, condemned by evidence that his own parents had known to be false, while the real traitor had been rewarded with a posthumous Order of Merlin for his supposed heroic death, and Dumbledore had allowed it to happen, possibly even orchestrated it, because having Harry's true guardian eliminated made it easier to place the boy exactly where the old wizard wanted him. "We have to get him out," Harry said, his voice carrying the kind of absolute determination that reminded Master Goldgrip why the boy had been accepted so readily into Goblin society. "Sirius Black is innocent, and he's been suffering for crimes he didn't commit while I was being abused by people who were never supposed to have custody of me." Master Goldgrip's expression was carefully neutral as he considered the implications of what Harry was proposing. Freeing a prisoner from Azkaban was not a simple matter, even when that prisoner was demonstrably innocent. The political and practical obstacles were enormous, and failure would likely result in charges of treason against everyone involved. But the Goblin legal advisor had not survived decades of challenging wizarding authority by being cautious when caution meant allowing injustice to continue. "It will be difficult," he said carefully. "Azkaban is designed to be impregnable, and the Ministry will not simply accept our evidence without a formal hearing. But there may be ways to approach the problem indirectly. Your parents' network of allies may include people who are positioned to help, and Goblin law regarding wrongful imprisonment gives us certain options that wizarding authorities prefer to ignore." Harry spent the rest of the day absorbing the full scope of his inheritance, reading his parents' letters, and studying the magical techniques they had developed over their short but productive lives. Every page revealed new aspects of the people they had been, brilliant and principled individuals who had died too young, but had still managed to leave their son everything he would need to continue their work. By the time he finally emerged from the vault, Harry Potter had been fundamentally transformed once again. The scared, ignorant child Dumbledore had tried to create was gone forever, replaced by someone who understood his true heritage and was prepared to fight for the principles his parents had died defending. He was no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or even Harry Ironforge, adopted son of the Goblin clans. He was the heir to a legacy of innovation, protection, and principled resistance to corruption that stretched back centuries. He had knowledge that could change the wizarding world and allies who had been waiting years for someone with the courage and ability to challenge the entrenched systems that perpetuated injustice. And he had a godfather to rescue, a man who had already suffered far too much for his loyalty to Harry's family. The war against Dumbledore's vision of the greater good was about to begin in earnest, and this time Harry would be fighting with the full knowledge of what he was fighting for, and the weapons necessary to win. The transformation had been gradual at first, so subtle that even the observant goblins of Gringotts had barely noticed the changes taking place in their adopted clan member. But by Harry's 11th birthday, the metamorphosis was undeniable and spectacular. The thin, frightened child who had collapsed at their doors 3 years earlier had evolved into someone who commanded attention simply by walking into a room. Harry Ironforge stood in the Hall of Making, his hands moving with practiced precision as he worked molten mithril into the intricate pattern of a protective amulet. The rare metal responded to his touch like liquid starlight, flowing into designs that would have challenged master crafters with decades of experience. His movements were economical and confident, each gesture guided by an understanding of metallurgy and enchantment that had taken root during countless hours of patient instruction from goblin masters. At 11 years old, Harry had grown tall for his age, his frame filling out with the lean muscle that came from years of physical training and proper nutrition. His messy black hair had been tamed somewhat by goblin grooming techniques, though it still possessed an untamable quality that reminded everyone who knew him of his father. But it was his eyes that marked the most dramatic change. The haunted, fearful expression that had once dominated his features had been replaced by a steady green gaze that seemed to see everything and judge it according to standards that went far beyond surface appearances. The amulet he was crafting represented the culmination of 3 years of intensive education in Goblin magical arts. The design incorporated principles from the Potter family grimoire, techniques learned from Master Rockbreaker's stone-shaping lessons, and innovations that were entirely Harry's own creation. When complete, it would provide protection against mental intrusion that surpassed anything available through conventional wizarding channels. "Beautiful work, young Iron Forge," Master Gringotts observed as he approached Harry's workstation. "The harmonic resonance between the mithril and your magical signature is perfectly balanced. You have truly mastered the art of working with noble metals." Harry looked up from his crafting, a satisfied smile crossing his features as he regarded the goblin who had become both teacher and friend over the past 3 years. "The amulet is for Grenda," he explained. "She's been working on some dangerous experimental enchantments, and I want to make sure she has proper protection if something goes wrong." Master Gringotts' weathered face creased into an expression of approval. The instinct to protect one's clanmates was among the most valued traits in Goblin society, and Harry had demonstrated it consistently throughout his time among them. But the smith also recognized something else in Harry's demeanor that spoke to deeper changes than simple skill development. "You have been receiving concerning news from the surface world," Master Gringotts observed. "It shows in your work. There is an urgency to your crafting that was not there last month." Harry's hands stilled on the cooling mithril as he considered how much to reveal about the intelligence reports that had been reaching him through Goblin networks. Director Ragnarok had been careful to shield him from the worst of it, but Harry was no longer a child who could be protected through ignorance of developing threats. "Dumbledore has been consolidating his power," Harry said quietly. "The legal challenges to his guardianship have been stalled in committee for months, and several of the ministry officials who were supposed to investigate the evidence have either been transferred to unimportant positions or have mysteriously changed their minds about the importance of the case." Master Gringotts' expression darkened with the kind of anger that had made Goblin warriors legendary throughout the magical world. "The old wizard grows desperate," he said with satisfaction that carried an undertone of menace. Desperate enough to reveal his true nature to those who still believed in his benevolent mask. "This works to our advantage, though it also makes him more dangerous." The political situation above ground had indeed been deteriorating steadily, as Dumbledore realized that his usual combination of charm and manipulation would not be sufficient to regain control over Harry. The old wizard had been forced to rely increasingly on his network of allies and his accumulated political influence, tactics that required him to call in favors and make promises that exposed the true extent of his power and the questionable nature of some of his methods. But Harry's education had prepared him for exactly this kind of long-term strategic thinking. 3 years of Goblin mentorship had taught him to see beyond immediate tactical concerns to the broader patterns that shaped events over decades and centuries. Dumbledore's current desperation was the inevitable result of flaws in his approach that had been developing for years, and those same flaws would ultimately provide opportunities for a properly prepared opponent to exploit. The door to the Hall of Making opened to admit Grenda Ironforge, now 14 years old and well on her way to earning recognition as a master enchanter. Despite her youth, she moved with the confident stride of someone who had found her calling and excelled at it, her dark eyes bright with the satisfaction that came from meaningful work well done. "Harry," she called as she approached his workstation, "I've just received word from my contacts in the surface world. There have been some interesting developments that you should know about. Grenda had become Harry's primary connection to the network of allies and informants that the goblins maintained throughout magical Britain. Her family's ancient connections to various wizarding institutions provided access to information that even Dumbledore's extensive intelligence network could not entirely suppress, and her own sharp intellect made her invaluable as an analyst of political developments." She settled onto a stool beside Harry's workbench accepting the protective amulet he had been crafting with the kind of matter-of-fact gratitude that characterized goblin relationships. Among their people, creating tools and weapons for clanmates was not a gesture requiring elaborate thanks, but simply part of the natural order of mutual support and protection. "The situation at Hogwarts has become interesting," she began without preamble. "Several of the more independent-minded professors have been asking questions about Dumbledore's frequent absences and his apparent obsession with locating a certain missing student. Professor McGonagall in particular has been making inquiries about your welfare that suggest she suspects not everything is as Dumbledore claims." Harry felt a flutter of hope at the mention of his father's former head of house. From the stories his parents had written about their Hogwarts years, Minerva McGonagall was known for her integrity and her willingness to stand up for students when they needed protection. If she was beginning to question Dumbledore's version of events, it might represent the beginning of cracks in the old wizard's support network. "More significantly," Grenda continued, "there have been reports of unusual activity around Azkaban. Ships that don't appear on official manifests, meetings between senior ministry officials and people who supposedly died years ago, and rumors that certain prisoners may have been moved without proper documentation of their current location." The implications struck Harry like a physical blow. For months, he and the goblins had been working on plans to expose Sirius Black's innocence and secure his release through legal channels. But if Dumbledore was moving prisoners secretly, it suggested that the old wizard was preparing for more direct action than anyone had anticipated. "He's going to try to eliminate Sirius before we can prove his innocence," Harry said with sudden clarity. "If my godfather dies in prison, there will be no one left who can contradict Dumbledore's version of what happened to my parents." Grenda nodded grimly. "That would also ensure that you have no legal guardian other than Dumbledore himself. With Sirius dead and your relatives proven unfit, the old wizard's claim on you becomes much stronger under wizarding law." The strategic brilliance of it was horrible to contemplate. By eliminating Sirius, Dumbledore would not only remove a potential witness to his crimes, but also strengthen his legal position regarding Harry's custody. It was exactly the kind of calculated move that the old wizard excelled at, solving multiple problems with a single action while maintaining his reputation for wisdom and benevolence. But Harry was no longer the helpless child Dumbledore expected him to be. 3 years of goblin education had given him not just magical abilities, but also the strategic thinking and resources necessary to challenge even the most powerful wizard in Britain. And he had allies who were as committed to justice as they were skilled in the arts of war. "We need to move faster than planned," Harry said, his voice carrying the kind of quiet determination that made even veteran goblin warriors pay attention. "If Dumbledore is preparing to eliminate Sirius, we can't wait for legal processes that he's already corrupted. We need to get my godfather out of Azkaban before it's too late." Master Grindock and Grenda exchanged glances that spoke to the deep communication that developed between clanmates over years of shared experiences. They had been expecting this moment, recognizing that Harry's growing abilities and understanding would eventually lead him to demand direct action against his enemies. The rescue of Sirius Black would be dangerous and politically explosive, but it was also an opportunity to demonstrate the power and reach of goblin justice to a wizarding world that had grown too comfortable assuming their supposed superiority over other magical peoples. And if executed properly, it would provide Harry with both a powerful ally and undeniable proof of Dumbledore's crimes. "Director Ragnarok has been developing contingency plans for exactly this scenario," Master Grindock revealed. "The assault on Azkaban will require careful coordination and precise timing. But it is not impossible. Goblin forces have infiltrated supposedly impregnable fortresses before, and we have advantages that the prison's designers never anticipated." The planning session that followed drew in some of the most skilled goblin warriors and strategists in Gringotts, veterans of conflicts that stretched back centuries, and included victories over some of the most dangerous dark wizards in history. The goblin approach to warfare was methodical and devastating, emphasizing preparation, precision, and the kind of overwhelming force that ended conflicts quickly rather than allowing them to drag on indefinitely. Azkaban's defenses were formidable, but not insurmountable. The fortress relied primarily on the psychological terror created by its Dementor guards, supplementing that with conventional magical wards and physical barriers that were impressive but not unprecedented in Goblin experience. More importantly, the prison had been designed to keep prisoners in rather than to repel a determined assault from outside, creating vulnerabilities that experienced attackers could exploit. The greatest challenge would be locating and extracting Sirius Black without alerting the broader wizarding world to Goblin involvement until after the operation was complete. Success would require stealth, speed, and the kind of precise magical work that Goblin warriors had been perfecting for millennia. But Harry's involvement would be crucial for reasons that went beyond simple strategy. His magical signature would allow him to bypass certain protective spells that had been keyed to Potter family bloodlines, and his natural resistance to Dementor influence, proven during his encounter with them years earlier, would make him invaluable in the environment they would be entering. More importantly, Sirius Black would need to see a face he could trust when his rescuers arrived. Years of imprisonment in Azkaban would have left him suspicious of everyone and everything, but the sight of James Potter's son, grown strong and determined, might be enough to convince him to cooperate with his rescue. The night chosen for the assault was moonless and shrouded in the kind of fog that made the North Sea treacherous for conventional navigation, but provided perfect cover for Goblin vessels that relied on magical rather than visual guidance. Harry stood on the deck of the lead ship, his Goblin-forged armor gleaming dully in the starlight, and his sword Truthseeker hanging at his side like a promise of justice finally delivered. Around him, 24 of the most elite Goblin warriors available had assembled for what they understood to be more than just a rescue mission. They were striking a blow against the corruption that had poisoned relationships between their people and the wizarding world for centuries, demonstrating that Goblin justice could reach anywhere and anyone when properly applied. Master Rockbreaker stood beside Harry, the ancient Goblin's weathered hands steady on the ship's railing as he studied the forbidding silhouette of Azkaban growing larger ahead of them. The fortress looked like something that had been carved from nightmare itself, its black stone walls rising from the rocky island like accusations against the sky. "Remember, young Ironforge," the Master Warrior said quietly. "This mission succeeds or fails based on speed and precision. We get in, locate your godfather, and get out before the aura reinforcements can arrive from the mainland. Any delay gives Dumbledore time to spin this to his advantage." Harry nodded, his green eyes fixed on the prison that had held Sirius Black for nearly 9 years of unjust suffering. 3 years of training had prepared him for this moment, but he understood that nothing could truly ready someone for their first real battle against forces that represented everything wrong with their world. The Goblin ships approached Azkaban through underwater passages that had been carved by their people centuries earlier, during conflicts with wizard authorities that most of the surface world had forgotten. The ancient tunnels allowed them to reach the island's foundation without triggering the magical sensors that monitored conventional approaches, emerging into natural caves that connected to maintenance areas within the fortress itself. Moving through Azkaban was like navigating a physical manifestation of despair itself. The very stones seemed saturated with the suffering of thousands of prisoners who had been confined within these walls over the centuries, and the air carried a chill that had nothing to do with temperature, and everything to do with the proximity of creatures that fed on human happiness and hope. But Harry's Goblin-trained mental disciplines held firm against the oppressive atmosphere, and the protective amulet he wore helped shield him from the worst effects of prolonged Dementor exposure. More importantly, his determination to rescue Sirius provided a core of purpose that the soul-sucking creatures could not easily touch. The Goblin warriors moved through the prison corridors with the silent efficiency of people who had spent lifetimes perfecting the arts of infiltration and combat. Their route had been planned, using intelligence gathered over months of careful observation, taking them through areas that were lightly guarded and avoiding the sections where Dementor patrols were most concentrated. Finding Sirius Black's cell required magical detection methods that went far beyond conventional location spells. Years of imprisonment had worn away much of his magical signature, and the oppressive atmosphere of Azkaban made it difficult to distinguish individual presences among the general miasma of despair that permeated the fortress. But Harry's connection to his godfather went deeper than simple magic. The bond between them had been forged before Harry could even speak, strengthened by Sirius's love for James and Lily Potter, and by his commitment to protecting their son. When Harry finally stood outside the cell that had been Sirius's home for nearly a decade, he felt that connection resonate like a struck bell, confirming what his heart had already known. The man huddled in the corner of the cell bore little resemblance to the laughing young wizard from the photographs in Harry's parents' letters. Years of Dementor exposure had aged Sirius Black decades beyond his actual years, leaving him gaunt and grey-haired, his once bright eyes dulled by suffering that no human being should have been forced to endure. But when those eyes focused on Harry's face, something shifted in their depths. Recognition sparked, followed by confusion, then hope so desperate it was painful to witness. "James," Sirius whispered, his voice hoarse from years of disuse. "But no, you're too young." "Harry!" "My God, Harry, you've grown so much. But how are you here? How can you be here?" Harry stepped forward, his goblin armor making soft sounds that seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence of the prison. "I've come to take you home, Sirius," he said simply. "We know you're innocent, and we have proof that will clear your name. But first, we need to get you out of this place." The cell door's locks were sophisticated, but not insurmountable for someone trained in goblin techniques for circumventing magical barriers. Harry's hands moved with practiced efficiency as he unraveled the spells that had held his godfather captive, each enchantment dissolving under his focused attention, like ice melting under warm sunlight. When the door finally swung open, Sirius stared at it, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Freedom was a concept that had become abstract during his years of imprisonment, something that existed only in dreams and memories, too painful to dwell on during waking hours. "It's real," Harry assured him, reaching out to help his godfather stand on legs that shook from malnutrition and lack of use. "We're really here, and we're really taking you away from this place. But you have to trust me and do exactly what I say." "Can you do that?" Sirius nodded, his eyes never leaving Harry's face, as if afraid his godson might disappear if he looked away. "For you," he said with conviction that cut through years of despair like a blade through silk, "I can do anything." The extraction from Azkaban required all the skill and preparation that had gone into planning the mission. Goblin warriors formed a protective escort around Harry and Sirius as they made their way back through corridors that were now alive with alarms and the sounds of guards responding to the security breach that could no longer be concealed. But the prison's defenders had been trained to deal with escaping prisoners and conventional aura assaults, not with goblin forces using tactics that predated the fortress by centuries. The attackers moved with coordination and purpose that overwhelmed the disorganized response, cutting through opposition with efficiency that spoke to years of training and absolute commitment to their mission's success. The sea journey back to London was a time of recovery and revelation as Sirius slowly emerged from the shell of despair that had protected him during his years of imprisonment. Harry sat with him in the ship's cabin, patiently answering questions and sharing the truth about everything that had happened since his parents' death. The most difficult part was explaining Dumbledore's role in Sirius's imprisonment and Harry's subsequent abuse. The old wizard had been a hero to Sirius during the war against Voldemort, someone whose wisdom and leadership had provided hope during the darkest times. Learning that this same man had been willing to sacrifice both Sirius and Harry for his vision of the greater good was a betrayal that cut deeper than any physical torture Azkaban could have inflicted. But as the truth sank in, Sirius's reaction was not despair, but a cold, burning anger that reminded Harry strongly of his father's response to injustice. The Black family had produced their share of dark wizards over the centuries, but they had also gifted certain members with the kind of protective fury that made them incredibly dangerous to anyone who threatened their loved ones. By the time their ship reached the hidden dock beneath Gringotts, Sirius Black had transformed from a broken prisoner into something approaching the formidable wizard he had been before his imprisonment. The years of suffering had marked him permanently, but they had not destroyed his essential nature or his commitment to protecting the people he cared about. "Welcome to Gringotts," Harry said, as he helped his godfather onto the dock, where Director Ragnok and a delegation of senior goblins waited to greet them. "Welcome to the beginning of our fight for justice." Sirius looked around at the goblin stronghold that had become his godson's home, taking in the evidence of Harry's transformation from victim to warrior, with eyes that blazed with pride and determination. "Then let's make sure we win," he said simply. The reunion was complete, but the real battle was just beginning. The identification of Peter Pettigrew had required the kind of methodical investigation that goblins excelled at, combining magical forensics with old-fashioned detective work in ways that the Wizarding World's law enforcement had never mastered. For 6 months after Sirius Black's rescue from Azkaban, Goblin investigators had been quietly gathering evidence and following leads that would have been dismissed by Auror officials as either too obscure or too politically inconvenient to pursue. Harry Ironforge stood in the secure briefing room deep beneath Gringotts, studying the collection of photographs, documents, and magical traces that had been assembled on the central table. The evidence painted a picture of systematic deception that went far beyond Peter Pettigrew's betrayal of the Potter family, revealing a network of corruption and misdirection that had protected the real traitor, while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. Sirius Black sat across from him, his appearance dramatically improved after months of proper food, medical care, and the kind of emotional healing that came from finally being believed about his innocence. The years in Azkaban had left permanent marks on his features, lines of suffering that would never fully fade, but his grey eyes burned with the fierce determination of someone who had found a purpose worth living for. Master Goldgrip stood at the head of the table, his weathered hands moving through a collection of documents that represented some of the most sophisticated legal work in Goblin history. The case they had built against Pettigrew was ironclad from an evidentiary standpoint, but the political implications of revealing the truth would shake the Wizarding World's faith in its institutions to the very foundation. "The magical signature analysis is conclusive," Master Goldgrip announced to the assembled group of goblin lawyers and investigators. "Peter Pettigrew is alive and has been living under the assumed identity of a pet rat for the past 12 years. We have confirmed sightings of him in the company of the Weasley family, specifically their youngest son, Ronald, and we have documentary evidence that he was present at several locations where security breaches occurred during the war against Voldemort." Harry felt a chill run through him as the implications became clear. Peter Pettigrew hadn't just betrayed his parents and disappeared into hiding. He had been actively working as a spy and saboteur for over a decade, protected by his assumed form and the general assumption that he was dead. The number of lives that had been lost because of information he had gathered and passed on was incalculable. But even more disturbing was the question of how Pettigrew had managed to maintain his deception for so long without being detected by the very people who should have been most motivated to find him. Sirius Black had been screaming his innocence for years, providing anyone who cared to listen with detailed explanations of why the official version of events made no sense. Yet no one in authority had bothered to investigate his claims or to verify the evidence that had supposedly proven his guilt. Director Ragnok entered the briefing room, carrying additional files that bore the seals of the most secure Goblin vaults, his expression grim with the weight of discoveries that would redefine everyone's understanding of recent magical history. The intelligence network that the Goblins had developed over centuries of dealing with wizard politics had finally penetrated some of the most closely guarded secrets of the past decade. We have uncovered evidence of a systematic cover-up that goes far beyond simple incompetence, Director Ragnok announced as he spread new documents across the table. Multiple ministry officials received information about inconsistencies in the case against Sirius Black, but their investigations were quietly shut down on orders from the highest levels of government. Witnesses who might have provided exonerating testimony were either transferred to distant posts or found themselves facing unrelated criminal charges that discredited their potential testimony. The pattern that emerged was one of deliberate obstruction of justice, orchestrated by people with the power and influence necessary to manipulate the entire wizarding legal system. Sirius Black's imprisonment hadn't been the result of a rushed investigation during wartime chaos. It had been the intended outcome of a carefully planned operation designed to ensure that certain truths never came to light. Sirius's hands clenched into fists as he absorbed the scope of the conspiracy that had stolen 12 years of his life and condemned him to suffer for crimes he had never committed. The rage that filled him was cold and focused, the kind of anger that planned methodically and struck with devastating precision when the time came for action. "They knew," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of betrayal that cut deeper than any physical torture Azkaban could have inflicted. "Dumbledore and his allies in the Ministry knew I was innocent, and they let me rot in that place anyway, because it was convenient for their plans." Harry reached across the table to place a comforting hand on his godfather's shoulder, feeling the tension that radiated from Sirius like heat from a forge. The bond between them had strengthened enormously during the month since the rescue, partly because of their shared experiences of betrayal by people who claimed to care about their welfare, but mostly because they had finally found in each other the family that both had been denied for so many years. "We're going to make this right," Harry promised, with the quiet conviction that had become his trademark during his years among the Goblins. "Not just for you, but for everyone who has been hurt by this system of lies and manipulation. They're going to learn that justice delayed is not justice denied, if you have the patience and resources to wait for the right moment to strike." The right moment was approaching faster than anyone had anticipated. Intelligence reports from Goblin agents throughout magical Britain indicated that the political situation was becoming increasingly unstable, as more people began to question the official narratives they had been fed about recent history. Dumbledore's attempts to maintain control over the flow of information were failing as alternative sources of news and analysis emerged to challenge the established media's version of events. Most significantly, several prominent families who had lost members during the war against Voldemort were beginning to ask uncomfortable questions about how those deaths had occurred and whether they might have been prevented by more competent leadership. The Bones family in particular had been conducting their own investigation into the circumstances surrounding the massacre that had claimed most of their relatives, and their findings suggested that the attackers had possessed inside information that could only have come from someone with access to Order of the Phoenix intelligence. Master Goldgrip opened another file that contained what appeared to be communication intercepts and surveillance reports covering the past several months. "Our sources within the Ministry report that there has been increasing pressure from the International Confederation of Wizards regarding Britain's handling of war crimes and prisoner treatment," he explained. "Several foreign governments have expressed concerns about the lack of trials for prisoners held in Azkaban, and there are rumors that formal inquiries may be launched if satisfactory explanations are not provided soon." The international pressure represented an opportunity that the Goblins were uniquely positioned to exploit. Unlike the British Ministry of Magic, the International Confederation had no particular loyalty to Dumbledore or investment in maintaining the current power structure. If presented with credible evidence of systematic human rights violations and judicial corruption, they would be obligated to investigate, regardless of the political consequences for British magical society. But the most compelling piece of evidence in their growing collection was something that had required months of dangerous undercover work to obtain. Goblin agents had managed to capture and preserve memory extracts from several Death Eaters who had been present during planning sessions for attacks on Order of the Phoenix targets. Those memories clearly showed Peter Pettigrew providing detailed intelligence about Order operations, including specific information about the Potter family's movements and security arrangements. The memories were legally admissible under international magical law and could be verified through standard authentication procedures. More importantly, they provided direct evidence of Pettigrew's role as a spy and traitor, corroborating Sirius's claims about the real secret keeper and proving beyond any reasonable doubt that the wrong man had been imprisoned for the past 12 years. "We have everything we need to prove Sirius's innocence and expose the corruption that put him in Azkaban," Harry said as he reviewed the assembled evidence. "The question is how we present it in a way that maximizes the impact and ensures that the people responsible for this travesty face consequences for their actions." Director Ragnarok's smile was sharp as a blade and twice as dangerous. "The beauty of our position is that we don't need to convince the British ministry to investigate or prosecute," he explained. "Under the terms of the International Statute of Secrecy and various treaties governing the treatment of magical prisoners, we can present our evidence directly to the International Confederation and demand a formal hearing under their jurisdiction." The implications struck everyone in the room simultaneously. An international investigation would be immune to the kind of political pressure and institutional corruption that had protected the conspirators within British magical society. Foreign investigators would have no loyalty to Dumbledore or investment in maintaining the current system, and they would be legally obligated to follow the evidence wherever it led, regardless of how embarrassing or politically inconvenient the truth might prove to be. But more importantly, an international hearing would provide a platform for revealing not just the specific crimes committed against Sirius Black, but the entire pattern of abuse and manipulation that had characterized British magical governance for the past decade. Harry's own experiences, the evidence of systematic theft from Potter family accounts, and the documentation of illegal magical experimentation on a minor would all become part of the official record. The operation to capture Peter Pettigrew required careful planning and precise execution, since they would have only one opportunity to apprehend him before he disappeared into hiding once again. Intelligence indicated that Pettigrew was still living with the Weasley family in his rat form, apparently confident that his deception would continue to protect him indefinitely. The irony of the situation was not lost on anyone involved in the planning. Arthur Weasley worked for the Ministry of Magic and considered himself a loyal supporter of Dumbledore's faction, yet he had been unknowingly harboring the man responsible for some of the war's worst atrocities. The Weasley family's genuine decency and commitment to fighting dark magic made them the perfect cover for a spy who needed to blend into respectable wizarding society. Harry would play a crucial role in the capture operation, not just because of his magical abilities, but because his presence would help to verify Pettigrew's identity and prevent any attempts to claim mistaken identity or false accusation. The man who had betrayed Harry's parents would be confronted by their son, now grown strong enough to ensure that justice would finally be served. The burrow stood in the Devon countryside like something from a fairy tale, its ramshackle architecture defying both gravity and conventional building techniques through the liberal application of magic and the kind of cheerful disregard for safety regulations that characterized much of wizarding society. It should have been a place of warmth and welcome, and indeed the Weasley family's genuine hospitality was legendary throughout their community. But Harry felt only cold determination as he approached the house in the early morning hours, accompanied by Sirius and a small team of Goblin investigators who moved with the silent efficiency of people conducting a military operation. They were here to apprehend a war criminal who had evaded justice for over a decade, and the pleasant domestic setting did nothing to diminish the seriousness of their mission. The magical traces leading to Pettigrew's location were clear to anyone with the proper training to detect them. Goblin techniques for tracking shapeshifters were far more sophisticated than anything available to wizard auras, and the years of magical signatures that Pettigrew had left throughout the Weasley household painted a clear picture of his movements and habits. "He's in the youngest boy's room," Sirius whispered as they approached the house, his voice tight with the effort of controlling his emotions. "After all these years of searching, Peter is sleeping peacefully in a child's bedroom, while I rotted in Azkaban for his crimes." Harry placed a steadying hand on his godfather's arm, feeling the tension that threatened to explode into violence if not carefully managed. They needed Pettigrew alive, and able to provide testimony that would implicate his handlers and expose the full scope of the conspiracy that had protected him. A moment of uncontrolled rage could destroy months of careful planning and investigation. The infiltration of the burrow required delicate work to avoid waking the family while they located and secured their target. Goblin stealth techniques were designed for exactly this kind of operation, allowing the team to move through the house like shadows while maintaining the magical barriers necessary to prevent Pettigrew from escaping once he realized his deception had been discovered. Ronald Weasley's bedroom was cluttered with the possessions of a typical teenage wizard, from Quidditch posters to scattered homework assignments that spoke to a life of comfortable normalcy that Harry might have envied under different circumstances. But his attention was focused entirely on the small brown rat sleeping peacefully in a cage beside the boy's bed, apparently confident that his disguise would continue to protect him, as it had for over a decade. The transformation back to human form was forced rather than voluntary, accomplished through goblin techniques that could compel shapeshifters to resume their natural state regardless of their wishes. Peter Pettigrew materialized in the center of the room with a pop of displaced air, his small, watery eyes wide with terror as he realized that his long run from justice had finally come to an end. The years had not been kind to him, even in his protected rat form. He appeared older than his actual age, his hair thin and patchy, his face bearing the marks of someone who had lived with constant fear and guilt for over a decade. But it was unmistakably the man from the photographs in Harry's parents' letters, the friend who had betrayed them to their deaths. "Hello, Peter," Sirius said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of 12 years of suffering and the promise of justice finally delivered. "Did you really think you could hide forever?" Pettigrew's mouth opened and closed soundlessly as he stared at the man whose life he had destroyed, his face cycling through expressions of fear, guilt, and desperate calculation as he searched for some escape from the situation he found himself in. But goblin magic held him firmly in place, preventing any attempt at transformation or disapparation that might allow him to flee once again. "You're supposed to be in Azkaban," Pettigrew finally managed to whisper, his voice hoarse with terror. "They said you would never get out. They promised me you would never get out." Harry stepped forward into the moonlight streaming through the bedroom window, and Pettigrew's face went white as he recognized the features that so strongly resembled James Potter. The boy who had been intended as the final victim of his betrayal had grown into someone capable of ensuring that the betrayal would finally be answered. "They lied to you, Peter," Harry said, with quiet conviction, "just like they lied to everyone else. But the lies are finished now, and it's time for the truth to come out. All of it." The capture of Peter Pettigrew sent shockwaves through the British magical establishment that reverberated far beyond what anyone had anticipated. Within hours of his apprehension, news of his survival and the implications for Sirius Black's innocence had spread throughout the wizarding world through communication networks that the Ministry could not control or suppress. But more significantly, the International Confederation of Wizards immediately announced that they would be conducting a formal investigation into the circumstances surrounding Black's imprisonment and the systematic failures that had allowed the real traitor to remain free for over a decade. The investigation would be conducted under international jurisdiction with full subpoena power and immunity from political interference by national governments. Dumbledore's carefully constructed narrative began crumbling within days, as witnesses came forward with testimony that contradicted official accounts, and evidence emerged that documented patterns of corruption and abuse that went far beyond any single case. The old wizard's reputation for wisdom and benevolence could not survive the kind of scrutiny that an international investigation would bring to bear on his actions over the past decade. But perhaps the most significant consequence of Pettigrew's capture was the validation it provided for Harry's decision to trust the goblins rather than the wizarding authorities who claimed to be acting in his best interests. The boy, who was supposed to have remained weak and ignorant, had instead become strong enough to ensure that justice prevailed over political convenience. Standing in the great hall of Gringotts, surrounded by the goblin allies who had become his true family, Harry Potter looked forward to the confrontations that lay ahead with quiet confidence. The first phase of their campaign for justice was complete, but the real battle for the soul of the wizarding world was just beginning. And this time, Harry would be fighting with the full knowledge of who he was and what he was capable of, backed by allies who valued truth over comfort and justice over political expediency. The boy who had been meant to die for Dumbledore's vision of the greater good would instead live to see that vision exposed as the cruel deception it had always been. The Wizengamot chamber had not seen such a packed audience in living memory. Every seat in the ancient circular courtroom was filled, with additional observers crowding the galleries and spilling out into the corridors of the Ministry of Magic's lowest levels. The air hummed with tension and anticipation as wizards and witches from across Britain and beyond gathered to witness what many were calling the trial of the century. But this was not actually a trial in the traditional sense. The International Confederation of Wizards had invoked rarely used provisions of ancient magical law to convene a formal inquiry into systematic abuses of justice within the British magical government. The proceedings would be conducted under international jurisdiction, meaning that no British official, no matter how powerful or well-connected, could interfere with the investigation or suppress inconvenient evidence. Harry Potter stood in the witness preparation chamber adjacent to the main courtroom, checking the fit of his formal robes one final time before what would be the most important testimony of his young life. The garments were goblin-made, woven from materials that would resist magical interference and embroidered with protective runes that would help shield him from any attempts to manipulate his words or memories during his appearance before the international panel. Beside him, Sirius Black adjusted his own formal robes with hands that trembled slightly from anticipation rather than fear. The years of wrongful imprisonment had left permanent marks on his appearance, but months of proper care and the knowledge that justice was finally within reach had restored much of his natural vitality and aristocratic bearing. Master Goldgrip entered the preparation chamber, carrying the final briefing documents, his weathered face showing satisfaction at the culmination of years of careful legal work. The Goblin legal team had crafted their presentation with meticulous attention to detail, building a case so comprehensive and well documented that even the most skeptical observers would be unable to dismiss their evidence as fabricated or politically motivated. "The international panel is ready to begin," Master Goldgrip announced. "Chief Justice Adelheid Zimmermann of the German Confederation will preside, with supporting magistrates from France, Italy, and the American Magical Congress. All have been selected for their independence from British political influence and their expertise in cases involving systematic governmental misconduct." Harry nodded, feeling the familiar calm that had sustained him through years of goblin training settle over his mind like a protective cloak. This moment represented the culmination of everything he had worked toward since discovering the truth about his childhood and the forces that had shaped his life. The scared, broken child who had once accepted abuse as his natural condition was gone forever, replaced by someone who understood his own worth and was prepared to fight for justice regardless of the personal cost. The great doors of the Wizengamot chamber swung open to admit the international panel, their formal entry marked by the kind of ceremonial precision that emphasized the gravity of the proceedings about to unfold. Chief Justice Zimmermann was a formidable woman in her 70s, her silver hair pulled back in a severe style that matched the sharp intelligence in her pale blue eyes. Her reputation for fairness and her complete immunity to political pressure had made her the unanimous choice to oversee an investigation that threatened to expose corruption at the highest levels of British magical society. The assembled crowd fell silent as the Chief Justice took her seat at the elevated bench, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber as she spoke the ritual words that formally opened the inquiry. We are gathered here today to investigate allegations of systematic abuse of governmental authority, wrongful imprisonment, and conspiracy to obstruct justice within the British Ministry of Magic, she announced with the kind of formal gravity that left no doubt about the seriousness of the proceedings. These are not charges made lightly, nor will they be investigated with anything less than complete thoroughness and absolute commitment to uncovering the truth. Harry felt a thrill of vindication as he heard those words. For years, adults had dismissed his experiences and concerns as the confused memories of a traumatized child. Now, finally, his testimony would be heard by people who had no investment in maintaining the lies and deceptions that had shaped his childhood. The case against the British magical establishment was presented methodically, each piece of evidence building on the last to create an unassailable picture of systematic corruption and abuse of power. Master Goldgrip and his team had organized their presentation like a master class in legal advocacy, beginning with the specific crimes committed against Harry and Sirius, before expanding to show how those crimes were part of a larger pattern of institutional failure. The medical evidence documenting Harry's physical and magical abuse was presented first, with detailed reports from Goblin healers who had treated injuries that conventional wizarding medicine had either missed or chosen to ignore. The magical signature analysis proving that sophisticated enchantments had been used to manipulate Harry's development was particularly damning, since it demonstrated a level of premeditation that made claims of good intentions or honest mistakes impossible to sustain. But it was the financial evidence that truly shocked the assembled observers. The systematic theft from Potter family accounts had been conducted with such brazen confidence that the perpetrators had barely bothered to conceal their activities. Hundreds of thousands of galleons had been diverted over the course of 8 years, ostensibly for Harry's protection and care, but actually used to fund political activities and personal expenses that had nothing to do with the boy's welfare. When Harry finally took the witness stand, a profound silence fell over the chamber, as hundreds of people got their first clear look at the young man whose experiences had triggered this international investigation. What they saw bore no resemblance to the helpless victim that official accounts had led them to expect. Harry Potter, at 11 years old, carried himself with quiet dignity, and spoke with the kind of measured precision that came from years of Goblin education in the importance of accuracy and truthfulness. His testimony was devastating, precisely because it was delivered without melodrama or appeals for sympathy, simply a clear and methodical account of systematic abuse by people who had claimed to be acting in his best interests. My earliest clear memory is of being locked in the cupboard under the stairs for 3 days without food, because I had made my cousin's hair change color during a tantrum, Harry began, his voice carrying clearly through the hushed chamber. I was 4 years old at the time, and I didn't understand why magic happened around me, or why it made my relatives so angry. I only knew that when impossible things occurred, I would be punished severely and told that I was a freak who needed to learn to be normal. The testimony continued for over an hour as Harry methodically described 8 years of physical abuse, emotional manipulation, and systematic neglect by the relatives who were supposed to be caring for him under official supervision. But it was his account of Dumbledore's secret visits and magical manipulations that truly stunned the international panel and the assembled observers. Professor Dumbledore would arrive late at night when he thought I was sleeping, Harry explained with the clinical precision he had learned from his Goblin mentors. He would use magic to enter the house without the Dursleys' knowledge and make his way to my cupboard. I remember feeling his presence in my mind, sorting through my thoughts and memories like someone organizing files in a cabinet. Afterward, I would have trouble remembering the details of his visits, retaining only general impressions of gratitude and trust that I now understand were artificially implanted. Chief Justice Zimmerman's expression grew increasingly grave as Harry's testimony continued, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of an account that painted Dumbledore not as a benevolent protector, but as a calculated manipulator who had spent years preparing a child for sacrifice. The international legal experts on the panel had seen many cases of governmental misconduct over their careers, but none involving such systematic and long-term abuse of a minor by someone in a position of ultimate trust and authority. When Harry's direct testimony concluded, the Chief Justice called for a brief recess to allow the panel to review their notes and prepare for the cross-examination phase. But as Harry stepped down from the witness stand, he was met not with the skeptical questions he had expected, but with respectful nods from observers who had been profoundly moved by his account. More than that, he could see the effect his testimony was having on the carefully maintained facade of British magical authority. Ministry officials who had arrived that morning, confident in their ability to weather another political storm, were now exchanging worried glances and urgent whispered conversations as they realized the scope of what was being exposed. Sirius Black's testimony provided crucial corroboration for Harry's account while adding devastating details about the systematic corruption that had allowed an innocent man to be imprisoned without trial for over a decade. His appearance on the witness stand was dramatic in its own right, since most of the assembled observers had believed him to be either dead or permanently confined to Azkaban. But it was the substance of his testimony, rather than the drama of his presence, that proved most damaging to the defendants. Sirius had been intimately familiar with the inner workings of the Order of the Phoenix during the war against Voldemort, and his account of questionable decisions and suspicious coincidences painted a picture of an organization that had been compromised from within by the very people claiming to lead the fight against darkness. The evidence of Peter Pettigrew's survival and his role as a double agent was presented with the kind of forensic precision that made denial impossible. Memory extracts verified through international magical authentication showed Pettigrew providing detailed intelligence to Voldemort's forces, information that had led directly to the deaths of dozens of Order members and their families. But most damaging of all was Sirius's testimony about the systematic efforts to suppress any investigation into his case, or any questioning of the official narrative surrounding the Potter family's betrayal. Multiple ministry officials had been contacted over the years with evidence suggesting that the wrong man had been imprisoned, but their attempts to investigate had been quietly shut down by people with the authority to end careers and ruin lives. The pattern that emerged was one of deliberate obstruction of justice, orchestrated by a network of officials who valued political stability and personal advancement over truth or accountability. Sirius Black's continued imprisonment hadn't been the result of bureaucratic incompetence or wartime chaos. It had been a conscious decision by people who found it more convenient to maintain a lie than to admit they had made a catastrophic error. When Albus Dumbledore finally took the witness stand, the packed chamber fell silent with anticipation. The man who had been revered as the leader of the light, the defeater of dark wizards, and the wisest wizard of his generation now faced questions about his role in systematic abuses that had destroyed lives and corrupted the institutions he claimed to serve. Dumbledore's appearance had changed dramatically over the past months as the investigation had gathered momentum and his carefully constructed public image had begun to crumble. The grandfatherly twinkle was gone from his blue eyes, replaced by a hardness that spoke to the calculating politician beneath the benevolent facade. His iconic beard and robes remained the same, but they no longer conveyed wisdom and authority, so much as the desperate attempts of a man trying to maintain an illusion that was rapidly dissolving. His testimony began with the kind of reasonable-sounding explanations that had served him well throughout his career, acknowledging that mistakes had been made while maintaining that all of his actions had been motivated by the greater good and the protection of innocent lives. He admitted to placing Harry with the Dursleys, but claimed that blood protection made the arrangement necessary, despite its unfortunate side effects. But Chief Justice Zimmerman was not the kind of jurist who could be swayed by vague appeals to necessity or claims of good intentions. Her questions were precise and relentless, forcing Dumbledore to explain specific decisions and account for documentary evidence that contradicted his stated motivations. "Professor Dumbledore," the Chief Justice said with cold formality, "medical evidence presented to this panel shows that sophisticated memory modification spells were used on Mr. Potter repeatedly over a period of years. These spells required intimate knowledge of his magical signature and extensive training in some of the most dangerous branches of magical manipulation. Can you explain how such spells came to be cast on a child who was supposedly under your protection?" Dumbledore's response was a masterpiece of evasion and misdirection, acknowledging the existence of the spells while claiming they had been necessary to protect Harry from traumatic memories that might have hindered his emotional development. But his explanation fell apart under continued questioning that revealed the true purpose of the memory modifications had been to keep Harry ignorant of his heritage and dependent on Dumbledore's guidance. The financial evidence proved even more damaging than the magical abuse, since it involved straightforward theft that could not be explained away through appeals to greater good or protective necessity. The systematic diversion of funds from Potter family accounts had been conducted with such brazen confidence that detailed records existed, documenting exactly how the stolen money had been used. "Professor Dumbledore," Master Goldgrip said, as he presented financial documents that had been verified through Goblin magical authentication, "these records show that over 200,000 galleons were withdrawn from accounts belonging to Harry Potter without proper authorization or documentation of how the funds were used. The money appears to have been used to purchase political influence, fund unauthorized intelligence operations, and support a network of operatives who were answerable only to you personally. How do you justify this appropriation of resources belonging to a minor who was simultaneously being denied basic necessities by his supposed guardians?" Dumbledore's explanation that the funds had been necessary for Harry's protection and security crumbled when confronted with evidence showing how the money had actually been spent. Payments to ministry officials, funding for political organizations, and personal expenses that bore no relationship to child welfare painted a picture of systematic corruption that made his claims of benevolent guardianship laughable. But it was the evidence regarding Sirius Black's wrongful imprisonment that proved most devastating to whatever remained of Dumbledore's credibility. The old wizard was forced to acknowledge that he had possessed evidence suggesting Sirius's innocence, but had chosen not to pursue it because other priorities were more pressing at the time. The admission sent shockwaves through the chamber as observers realized that one of the most revered figures in their society had been willing to allow an innocent man to suffer in Azkaban rather than risk disrupting plans that served his personal vision of the greater good. The moral authority that had sustained Dumbledore's influence for decades evaporated in the face of such casual callousness toward individual suffering. Chief Justice Zimmerman's final questions cut to the heart of the systematic abuses that the investigation had uncovered, forcing Dumbledore to acknowledge the gap between his public image as a protector of the innocent and his private willingness to sacrifice individuals for his vision of the greater good. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, with the kind of icy formality that made clear her opinion of the witness, "this panel has heard extensive testimony about a pattern of deception, manipulation, and abuse that spans over a decade and has caused immeasurable harm to the very people you claim to be protecting. You have acknowledged being aware of evidence that might have prevented much of this suffering, but chose not to act on it because other considerations took priority. In your judgment, what gives any individual the right to make such decisions about other people's lives without their knowledge or consent?" Dumbledore's response was the final nail in the coffin of his public reputation. Rather than acknowledging error or expressing remorse for the harm his decisions had caused, he doubled down on his conviction that his superior wisdom and experience gave him both the right and the responsibility to make difficult choices that others were not equipped to understand. Sometimes those of us who see the larger picture must make decisions that appear harsh or unfair to those with more limited perspectives, he said, with the kind of patronizing certainty that had once intimidated opposition, but now simply revealed the arrogance that had always lurked beneath his grandfatherly facade. The greater good sometimes requires individual sacrifices, and those who refuse to make such sacrifices when necessary are ultimately responsible for far greater suffering. The chamber erupted in outraged murmurs as the implications of Dumbledore's statement sank in. He was not merely admitting to the systematic abuses that had been documented throughout the investigation. He was defending them as necessary and justified, maintaining that his vision of the greater good superseded any individual rights or welfare. Chief Justice Zimmerman gavelled for silence, her expression showing the kind of controlled fury that experienced judges developed when confronted with testimony that offended their most basic beliefs about justice and human dignity. "Professor Dumbledore," she said with Arctic formality, "this panel finds your testimony both disturbing and revealing. You have admitted to systematic violations of magical law, human rights conventions, and the most basic standards of child welfare, and you have justified these actions through appeals to personal authority that have no basis in law or democratic governance. This investigation will recommend that formal criminal charges be filed under international magical law, and that appropriate steps be taken to ensure that you never again hold positions of authority over vulnerable individuals." The formal conclusion of the investigation came 3 days later, when Chief Justice Zimmerman read the panel's findings to a packed chamber that included representatives from magical governments around the world. The report was comprehensive and damning, documenting systematic abuses that went far beyond the specific cases of Harry Potter and Sirius Black to encompass a broader pattern of corruption that had infected British magical society at its highest levels. The recommendations were equally comprehensive, calling for criminal prosecutions under international law, the establishment of independent oversight bodies to prevent future abuses, and fundamental reforms to the systems that had allowed such corruption to flourish unchecked for so long. But perhaps most significantly, the investigation had accomplished something that years of political maneuvering and behind-the-scenes influence had been unable to achieve. It had exposed the gap between Dumbledore's public image and his private actions in a way that made denial or rehabilitation impossible. Harry Potter stood in the witness chamber as the proceedings concluded, surrounded by the Goblin allies who had made this moment of justice possible. The scared child who had once accepted abuse as his natural condition was gone forever, replaced by someone who understood his own worth and had proven capable of standing up to the most powerful forces in his society. The first phase of their campaign for justice was complete, but Harry understood that the real work was just beginning. Exposing corruption was only the first step toward building something better in its place. The wizarding world would need new leadership, new institutions, and new ways of thinking about power and responsibility if it was going to live up to the ideals it claimed to represent. And Harry Potter, no longer the helpless victim that others had tried to make him, was ready to play his part in building that better world.